Okay, so we've had a little bit of a delayed, for those who weren't able to join us, we've had a little bit of a delayed start, and what we have just started with is going through the courses and making sure that there's anything that we gleaned from any of the feedback, either from the task force or from the feedback of students or in our memories, or adding to the courses. So we started out with Social Work 101, and we just wanted to make sure that we were adding these things. Okay, so that is Social Work 101. Is there anything else that we want to talk about related to Social Work 101? This is the this is something that right now would be offered every semester because it is an IF for social science. So Amy, trying to get you in the picture there. So the majority of the assignments in this class are written reflections. Now we did talk about a population oral presentation, so that's in there, and then exams.
Yeah,
So
I think
you know.
I think Berg added the population presentation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. She did.
I don't know if in that presentation she includes like using to locate 3 agencies that work with that population, but I think it would be good to have students start to familiarize themselves with local agencies.
Okay.
But that may already be a part of it. Because I don't think we want to add, and maybe we do, but I don't, we used to have 40 hours of volunteer work in this class.
Yeah.
I don't know that we necessarily want to go back to that or add that.
I don't think if it's an IF, I don't think we do. Because, you know, if we
a lot to manage.
Yeah, it's a lot to manage. And remember, some of these 101 classes or 100 classes, they have 50 students, like Psych 101 or Soc 100. You know, once this gets opened up for social science and we're using it as a feeder, you know, we could have 50 students. I mean, this would probably be very optimistic, but let's just say we have 50 students.
What if?
So no, I wouldn't say. We can do that in our other courses, but not that one.
What if in 101, like how Jessica just said about like identifying agencies that work with the population, what if we added a part where they have to identify a way that someone could volunteer to help that population? So at least it's starting the thought process of doing, like, if I were going to do something, how could I do something, rather than just like eliminating the doing aspect completely. And it puts a little bit of the onus on them rather than us say, oh, here's things you can do. Like they would have to come up with, here's things that I could do.
Maybe that's in the oral presentation. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's what, like, that's where I think it would fit, right? Like, here's the population, here's some agencies that work with them. And if you wanted to volunteer at, you know, Salvation Army, you go on their website, you fill out an application.
So what I'm doing is I'm just adding that. You can't see it, but that's okay. I'm just adding that to our little list.
Kathy, would you like me to grab my computer and I could do the list? Well,
If you wouldn't mind, that would be great. That would be great. And I can email this to you. Amy's gonna run and get her computer. So
Amy is not running anywhere.
she's moving pretty fast. I'm just saying.
Well, she shouldn't run. Running's bad for you. Mark doesn't want to believe me.
I have tried running and I can't.
corporate channel.
I can't. I've tried running. I've lost weight when running, but I hate running, and it's just like it's just excruciating. I can do an elliptical. I can do biking. I can do an over 100-mile bike ride, but put me on a fucking tennis shoes and tell me to run on the street. It'll just like put a stick in my eye. All right. So, is there anything else that we can think about with this course? Are we?
Do you want us to talk about readings? Like, are there any readings that we think should be in here? The
Well-
reading that I used, and I don't know how much Berg has like amended them, were really like social work blogs from like NASW, different resources from like NASW and CSWE and places like that, like legitimate sources, but it wasn't a textbook. It was like these different, I think, more digestible types of readings for students, and even some podcasts. But I don't know if there's, go ahead.
Here's what I think. I'm making note of that, not using a textbook, blogs, podcasts, legitimate websites. And I think what we do, just when, oh shit, where'd it go? I think what we do, so I'm taking a page out of your playbook, keep it simple. I think what we do is we ask for Berg's, what Berg's latest, whatever she used, and see what she did. And I think what we do is when we write up the straw man syllabi, we put this kind of stuff in. Because this is about engaging students in the field of social work. And the more engaging we can make it and the less textbooky, I think is a good idea. Does that make sense to everybody?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I think if there are blogs or, and I'm gonna say this while Amy's back in the room, she's doing this. If there are blogs that people that think, or even TED Talks or, anything like that, that you think would be helpful for beginning social workers, like not even beginning social workers, people who don't know anything about the field, who are taking it to learn that there's this thing out there. So if you have something, like send it to Jess and I. Okay. I'm gonna
I
send-
like the TED Talks too.
Oh my God, I found Crenshaw's TED Talk on intersectionality. It was fantastic
She's
because
doing-
it was initially a legal approach, and everyone's like intersectionality, but it was like,
Yeah.
and it was phenomenal. I mean,
She's
she
doing
did-
a talk with Nicole Hannah, is it Brown? Nicole Hannah, what's her name? Who did the 1619 project?
Yes.
And they're doing an online talk, I think in 2 weeks, like June something. So I registered for it. It's free. But anyways,
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. So if we could, let me send this document to you, Amy. If we can, I'm not sharing the screen. I'm sharing. Yeah. No.
Just want to make sure that.
No.
you were recording it.
No. That's good. That's good. Let me just send this to you. You guys can't see my email, right?
No.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, good. So let me just send this to you, Amy. And
I didn't know I was muted. Because you didn't get to hear my sarcastic comment.
which sarcastic comment was it? All right. So what we're gonna do is if people have any suggestions for social work 101, like, blogs or TED Talks or, websites that are legitimate, send that information. And actually what I might do is if anyone wants to volunteer to work on some of this stuff, we will, but send to Jessica or myself.
I would like to work on.
Okay, so Amy would like to work on this. Okay, are we ready to move on? Next
Yep.
course,
Yep.
okay. Alrighty.
In 201 next.
Yes.
I'm just-
201 or 230, it doesn't matter to me. I will pull up
Whichever.
Next number.
201.
Numerical order. We're gonna do whatever Amy needs. So, I have a question about 201 or an idea, and if it's stupid, feel free to say no, that's stupid, or if it's
Okay.
too.
Okay.
So I know that we talked about them doing a poster presentation for 400. They would work on the poster and they would present it at the SRCC. I'm wondering if we can have them do some type of poster in 201, but then so it'd be sort of like to use Chris's terminology, an SRCC light. And then can we host like an undergraduate social justice, human services conference, or does the New York State NASW do a conference, or is there like a regional conference, or?
So can I just stop you there? I think the overall idea is good. I don't know that 201 is the place. Because remember, these guys don't know how to write, like we're teaching them how to write a basic email.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? But maybe 230 or maybe 302. I'm just, and if you want to tie it, like, let's say they maybe they're, like some conferences have like a student section where students can submit something. And if we did some research to find out if there's a conference that does that, that's connected to the like the social justice thing, I think that would be really kind of cool for them to try to.
There is a New York State Sociological Society that does it, and it's primarily like students. It's geared towards more so undergrad, but some master's students will present at it because they've never presented at a conference before. But it's sociology, so I'm just wondering, is there one for social work?
Not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean there is one.
Is that something we could host?
I mean, we can look into that, Jess. Here's what I think. So let's do some groundwork on it and find out. I mean, the closest thing that I can think of is like the Western New York NASW conference, or
I don't think they'd do a conference though. Right. And I
Right.
guess my thought is if we did some type of social justice conference geared towards undergrads and undergrad presentations, I don't know, I don't want it to like conflict with Anne Frank or whatever, but we could open it up to human services programs and
so
other.
can I just interject for a minute?
Yeah.
Can we focus on the course itself? And
Well,
then,
I was suggesting it for the course,
okay,
but if it doesn't work for the course, that's fine. We can table it. So I think for this course, we're going to do like actual library days. They're going to meet Eugene. They're going to have worksheets where they're like searching for journals, right? Or journal articles, and they're going to get APA practice worksheets. I have ethical dilemma group activities written down.
they're gonna have practice. So this is we made this a writing course. I'm sorry, writing infused. But I think like their little oral presentation, like, because we're teaching them how to do it, like I was thinking, I did a course, actually it's so interesting. But it was done through the medical center, and because people have a hard time doing public speaking, is to have them do a presentation on a topic that they love, that they want to teach us about. So it could be, 5-card stud, or it could be running agility dogs, but they have to get up and do a little presentation about it, prepare a PowerPoint. So I look at this classes, they're going to have worksheets. We're not going to ask them to, if we're going to ask them to write, like, let's say we ask them to we're going to ask them to practice paraphrasing so they understand how to appropriately cite, so we don't run into the plagiarism issues. We might ask them to write a 1-page paper on a topic, and then that's what they get to rewrite. I don't know, thoughts?
I like the short writing assignments, especially if we can then focus on those like pieces of writing rather than the overall necessarily content of the
Yeah.
writing. I like the 1-page papers being the things that they rewrite. Definitely, I think oral presentations need to be in here, as well as everything that's on this list. I don't disagree with any of it.
Any other thoughts? Josh, you still talking to me?
I think, no,
Okay.
I think as far as the readings, I don't know that this class would have a lot of reading in it, right?
I don't,
This is gonna be them like actually like going to the library, doing hands-on, like trying to find journal articles.
yep,
I think that this class needs to have specific reading of journal articles that we have already picked out, so that they learn how to identify the different pieces of the article.
Mhm.
And I think that some of that needs to be required homework, so that they get used to reading those things independently. But then we need to do like in-class workshopping with those articles.
You know what else I think would be fun? And maybe I'm just biased. Maybe this wouldn't be fair, but I think it would be kind of neat to introduce the students to who their faculty are, because this is really the first class they'll take. That's a required course for a major. So having articles that us as faculty have written,
Mhm.
so they can see like, oh, wow, like Fitzpatrick's like, she's interested in dating violence. Like that's what she writes about. Or, oh, wow, like I didn't know that Manning like did like this stuff on addiction. That's cool. I just as we're
No,
picking,
I think that's a great idea.
That is
'Cause I-
absolutely perfect.
That's a great idea. Because they think that we don't do this stuff. And some of us have more history with it than others. But I think all of us at least have a couple of articles out there,
yeah,
right?
maybe they can read the grant that Mark wrote also.
Well, Mark, you might have to provide that for us.
I think I can go back and dig it up someday.
It's written on a piece of paper because they didn't have computers back then, but
Was it on
It's
a
true.
mimeograph?
Oh, did you hear what Amy said?
What?
Amy asked if it was on mimeograph.
It probably is, or was. I know.
no, I think
Remember
anybody's-
when you guys remember when they would hand out the ditto paper?
Yes. it
Oh my
smells
God, and you were so
good.
happy if you were like the first one and it was still wet and everybody would sniff. Do you guys remember that?
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mark.
yes. I remember it well.
Amy never had a ditto, so she doesn't know what it is. It's
Um,
the wood alcohol, which was quite poisonous, but we loved to inhale it. I mean, It's really quite amazing that our generation survived anything. We never had
it-
seatbelts or car seats or any of
It
that.
explains some things, you know.
Okay.
But I think any opportunity that we can provide, whether it's in or out of the classroom, to have the students like see us as like real people and not just
Yeah.
these teachers, like I think that helps build the relationship. And so I just, as a suggestion, maybe we can use some things that we've all written.
I think it's a great idea.
On the left.
On the list.
I don't see this class interacting like with their applied learning is actually going in the library and finding the articles and stuff. Like that's their hands-on, not with the community.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Like thinking about applied learning and stuff. Their applied learning is for them to actually go to the library,
Library. Yeah.
find the articles, do that hands-on versus doing something out in the community.
Yeah.
So I think we're good with this one unless anyone has anything else.
No, I think this is like the perfect 201.
I think this is an amazing class.
It's gonna be really good.
I think this would be a,
Honestly, I think this class is something that after we launch it and do it and evaluate this class specifically, that we should present at SWK.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna,
Mhm.
I think it's gonna really make a difference for our students too, because a lot of them aren't well prepared for college.
So part of that, I think that we need to come up with a very
Assessment.
unique assessment tool that does a really good job of pre-post assessment of all of these skills.
I agree. Because,
What I'm hearing Amy say is that she's gonna create an assessment for this
yeah,
class.
well, I'm gonna work with her on that. And I want to learn more about it. All right, so with 201, we are done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we will move to, you want 230?
Is that the next number?
Yep, next number 230. This is intersectionality of difference.
This is a pretty cool course.
Yeah,
All our courses are gonna be amazing
they're
now.
really cool.
Social work 201, is that called professional?
Professional skills for social work.
Okay.
I know Berg is really wants to get it be involved in this. Okay, so this is intersectionality of difference.
So I think
I'm-
like last retreat, we talked about these like privilege
Mhm.
worksheets where students might go to an agency. They might go to an agency's website, they might walk around campus. And they're gonna look at it from different perspectives, right? Like, I think the easiest is to think about like if you're able-bodied or not, but there's other ways to think about these things. Like if you were to walk into the Department of Social Services and you don't speak English,
Mhm.
what's your experience? Do they have any language access there? So we talked about that last retreat, sort of creating these specific access worksheets and things like that. So I guess that's what we're calling the access worksheets. So
Yeah,
that's what it means. I think this would be a really great class to do some type of volunteer or service learning.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know if it makes sense to focus on, I mean, there's so many different ways we could go with this, right? Like we could have it be focused on refugees where they do their service learning, or we could have it be focused on like the LGBT population, right? Like, or just open it up to anything, but what would that look like? Like, would that, there, I know they have to do a vulnerable population presentation.
Yep.
So could it be like 20 hours at one of these, 20 hours of volunteer work at one of these agencies that works with vulnerable populations? And then that's what they present on?
I like that.
I really
Because
like
it
that.
ties, you know, it ties the applied, it ties the learning or the experience to, you have to then pull it together in a presentation, like, what did you learn? What challenges did you face? How was it, you know, how can you talk about, because we're going to talk about implicit bias and explicit bias in this class. Is there a way, Jess, because you've done service learning in this way, is there a way to get a list of agencies that would fit quote unquote vulnerable populations? You know,
No,
so
I-
we can kind of vet the list a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, so I started a list.
Oh,
And most of these, so we have 5 refugee resettlement agencies. I'm not going to name them all. Native American Community Services. So those are all agencies that the civic and community engagement have already vetted and used. Then there's places like GLIS and Pride and MOCA. MOCA is Men of Color Health
Yep.
Awareness.
yeah.
Okay. And then there's places like People Inc. or Community Services for Everyone that work with people who have disabilities. So I think, and this was just like, you know, I put a couple down and then I stopped, but I'm sure that as a group, we could come up with a lot more
Uh-huh.
agencies. Or we could just email Laura and say, hey, what agencies does Buff State already have a partnership with that work with whatever, like people who have a disability, people who,
Like
whatever, from these
food
different
insecurity.
categories.
Mhm.
If we include poverty, then that's the entire like 301 list of agencies, which would be like soup kitchens and homeless shelters primarily.
Do we,
So I think,
do we want to roll in poverty? I mean, I'm not saying that that's not important. I'm just,
I think
you know,
from the understanding of vulnerable populations that yes, we should roll in poverty, especially since many of our students have lived experience
mhm.
with that, and that is a population that they want to like work with or think that they want to work with. I think that we maybe need to, we definitely need to have a very specific set list of
Mhm.
what we're going to accept and not. And I think that one of
I
our
agree.
requirements should be that it cannot be a place that the person has worked or volunteered previously. Because, I mean, I'm just on the second semester with some of these juniors, and I'm on like the 4th presentation of the exact same information from them, and like not like, I think we need to push them outside of their comfort zones.
I think we also would probably want to reach out to the agencies to make sure. So 301 only required 20 hours of volunteer.
Mhm.
And there were some agencies who, like Compass House, for example, their training was 20 hours long. And the shortest commitment that they would take someone for, I think, was 100 hours.
Yeah.
So I think there's gonna, you know, we can work with the engage the CCE office
Yeah.
to create that list and then start to sort of rule out some places and narrow the list down. We want to be careful because we don't want to narrow it down too much,
Mhm.
because
We don't want to send 50 students to the same place.
Yeah, and this is a diversity course and it's gonna be open to everyone on campus.
Right.
Mhm.
And so we're gonna need to have a lot of different options, but I think that the key thing would be they need to volunteer not only somewhere where they don't already have work or volunteer experience, but it has to be with a population that's different from them in some way. So if I'm a refugee student and, you know, I'm already, my family worked with International Institute, maybe I've never volunteered there, but like, then you shouldn't work with another refugee resettlement agency.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the point of this class is to understand about people who are different from you. So maybe you go and you do your internship or your 20 hours at GLIS or at People Inc. So having them pick a diversity category that's different from themselves, and then their placement is sort of based on that.
I agree. I think that that's a good point because it'll be interesting to see what they gravitate towards. You know, like, do they all gravitate towards the poverty-based agencies, or do they, you know, to the students that are not, don't have refugee exposure, do they actually seek that out? Like, you
Well,
know,
and
I'm sure that how we present it will also help support them in pushing their envelope, because we want them to push the envelope
Right.
on this.
we could do, because I know there's like a privilege in class activity. So we could sort of talk about privilege sort of up front in the class and then have students identify
Yep.
categories of privilege. And then based on that, they sort of, there's like a list of agencies to choose from so that like they can't choose, they have to choose something that they marked off as a privilege, right? So like if I mark off that my race is a privilege and my sexuality is a privilege, then when I go to choose my volunteer hours, I have to choose something that is going to maybe challenge one of those two.
Uh-huh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
like it.
But like having them up front, the, you know, first week of class or something, identify the privilege. I don't know if that's really possible, but early on, so that then when they choose an agency, they're not doing sort of like what Amy says, and they're not like, oh, well, I'm just gonna pick this because it's comfortable to me.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we do that activity like week 1. I think that's it's a great like icebreaker activity into the class too. And then collect those so that we also can't just have the last minute, oh, let me erase that and do
Right.
this easy thing. Not that this is easy.
No. I mean, you might want to get them through drop ad before you do it. You know, that first week of class, they're still adding for it, like, and particularly if this is and since this will be open to IFs, we might have people like flying in at the last minute. But I think at least by the second week, because you want them to have their selection or at least know what they're targeting, at least within that first month, right?
Right.
You know, so that then they,
Because like theoretically they could do like, I mean, you have to do all 20 hours like
right,
all in one day.
right.
But I do think we should have a cutoff, like it should be between a certain time frame
Yeah.
of our class. So it's not up through the last day of class.
Well, Jess, you have a lot of experience with 301 because 301 used to be our service learning course.
Yeah.
So
So in 301, they didn't technically have till the last day of class because they needed to get their supervisor to sign off on their total hours and do a very brief, I think it was like 3 questions, evaluation of the students' 20 hours. That was basically like, you know, did they show up on time? Did they start your building on fire? Were they respectful? Like, did they do anything unethical? like pretty basic questions, because this might be their first time ever interacting in an agency. So it doesn't have to be anywhere near as thorough as field, right?
Right,
Mhm.
right.
And we needed those evaluations back before the last week of class. So I don't remember the exact dates because this is all pre-COVID, but I think we would get the evaluations back like week 14, which sort of provided the students who had some type of crisis,
Uh-huh.
just it was a buffer that like we could on an individual basis make an extension so they could get it to us in week 15. And they generally didn't start, like we would talk about it early on, but then they would have to go and fill out an application, maybe interview, figure out their schedule. So it usually took them about a month to get started. But they should be starting by week 5, and they should be, wrapping up by week 13. And that's 8 weeks. So that's like, 2.5 hours a week.
Yeah,
They're not allowed to do all 20 hours in 1 or 2 days. That was another component. It had to be spread out over time. I think Chris had some more specifics around that. I think it's important to have some flexibility for the agencies. So I don't know how, how strict we want to be around that, but I would say like that maybe it has to be at minimum 4 separate volunteer dates. Spread out over at least a
3
6
weeks, a
period
month,
thing.
like and it spread out over a month.
I would do 6 weeks.
Okay.
Got it.
I don't know. Does that?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Now, and then what we need to do is make sure that we're all able to do service learning, like we're service learning certified.
So I think Kathy, why don't we just one of the first faculty meetings back in the fall, just have them come over and train us.
Okay,
I like that.
All the faculty get trained at once. I mean, it's not going to hurt me to sit in the meeting
yeah,
again.
that's great. That's great.
And they're willing, they're willing to do it. So I would just knock it out.
I did go through the approved applied learning
Mhm.
training too, for whatever that's worth, but
Yeah, it's very similar. So really the only difference is that with service learning, it has to be sort of connected to the course, which this is, right? They're gonna be learning about diversity and privilege. They're gonna go interact with a population that might challenge that, and then they're gonna present on it. The hours, those 20 hours can't be done in the classroom. And then with approved applied learning, we would have to add in some type of like check-in throughout the course.
Yeah.
So they're turning in like reflections while they're doing each time they volunteer or something like that. Like it would be additional stuff. I'm not sure that it's worth it for 20 hours.
Right.
probably not.
So
Not
I would
yet.
call this one just service
Service learning.
learning.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
like, I think field is probably exemplary as far as approved applied learning.
Yeah,
Got different check-ins, there's an evaluation, there's
yeah.
a reflection, I think was part of it, so.
I did as an experiment, one section of 308 as an approved applied learning class couple years ago.
What did you have them do?
Well, most of the
Talk about this.
students were doing either intro or 301 with their volunteer work.
Uh-huh.
I tied it in with that. And
Yeah,
then it was cool. I mean, it was just an experiment, but anyway.
Yeah, well, I think that we're gonna get a lot more fluent and competent about creating these opportunities through, because this is like, you know, the more opportunity they have to be out in the community in ways that push the envelope for them, then by the time they get to their last year and they're doing field internship, you know, by the time they start enrolling into their agencies where they're going to be actually working, they will have seen people doing this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I think that will really help them in that, you know, that transition from course to field, which, you know, has always been a, you know, kind of a sticky wicket, so to speak.
yeah, I agree.
So,
Are there any readings that anyone, I have like a list in my head.
I mean, I could definitely add to the list of readings for this, not like based off of their APA formatted references at this moment, but
Yeah, no, I mean, so the resources that are listed on this course proposal are not necessarily things students would read. They're
right.
things we would read to help craft our PowerPoints. But I think there's some, I don't know if they're dated at this point. Like, did you guys all read NASARIMA? Does anyone, no one knows what I'm talking about?
never even heard that before.
All right, so now NASARIMA, it's American spelled backwards. And when you, it's called NASARIMA, and when you read through it, they talk about like, I'll see if I can find it because I'm not going to explain it well, but also like Peggy McIntosh, the invisible knapsack. No.
Sounds.
I mean, so there's one that's unpacking the invisible knapsack. I think that's Peggy McIntosh, and then there's one that's about like heteronormativity. It's like, it's a questionnaire. It's the, what is it called? And it asks questions like, what, you know, at what age did you know that you were straight? How did you tell your parents about it? Don't you feel uncomfortable like making out with someone of the opposite sex in front of other people? Like, it's like questions that people in the LGBT community get asked
All the
that people
time.
don't realize are microaggressions, right? Or aggressions. And they, I can't think of who the author is, but they flipped it and they ask these questions to people who are heterosexual.
Right.
And it's sort of like just making it obvious that like these are ridiculous questions that no one ever asks. So why do we ask a certain group of people?
So I think that one of the things because we would ask them to read, these are things that we would ask them to read, right?
Right, because when we do the syllabus, we have to include readings.
Right. So, Jess, I think we need to take your list and look at it. And Amy, if you've got additional things. So like, hey, Kim.
I'm sorry, I'm late.
So if people could, again, if we could create a time frame to send, like compile suggested readings for this class. Because I think people probably going to need a little bit of time to pull that together, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
And I mean, if I send this out like tomorrow with a request, obviously no one's going to read anything until next week. But if anyone has anything that they want, like to any of these classes, then they should, they can send them to you, Jess, or they can send them to me, or they can send them both of us, and we'll pull it together. So that, then we can take a look at it. Because, some things I'm sure people will say, oh, I think this is really great, but it has nothing to do with intersectionality and diversity. Do you know what I'm saying? So we can ask for people if they've got something specific that would contribute to the students, things that students would read,
Mhm.
not things that we are gonna read, students would read.
Right, and I know Karen had also added, it's in the reference.
Yeah.
list, But I think that I don't know if she was suggesting it be included as something that we teach about or something that the students should read, or
Mhm.
maybe both, but it was Bobby Harrow, but when she sent the reference, I think it was like Bobby Harrow wrote a chapter that was included in a different book, maybe, so the author doesn't come up, but that might be something we then want to like include. I put the Nasarima thing in the chat if anyone's interested in some,
I wrote it in the list as well.
if anyone's interested in reading that tonight.
Yeah.
Sure, that's what you're all
Again,
gonna.
I'm starting I've already started my reading list for the summer. And I'll send it out to you guys, but I was listening to, I don't remember what it was, but it's it's called, it's either called L House or D House, I can't remember which. And it's the hidden history of women who were incarcerated because they were considered socially deviant. And it's this really, incredible, the guy who did it, he's a historian. And one of the things that it was it was like right across the street from the Stonewall Inn, which is where the, gay rights
Yeah, yeah.
started. And the women were, when that when that insurrection began, a lot of it was instigated by the women in the L House, because they were throwing shit out the windows and stuff. Anyways, it's a really cool book. I'll send it. I haven't read it yet, but it's fascinating. But I think, I don't know what, maybe, I don't know. I don't see, oh, this is bad. This reference is not even complete. Boleg 1220, 1212.
Well, they didn't catch it, so it's okay.
Oh, well.
It's the
We'll have
American
to fix
School of
it.
Public.
Yeah. So, but I'll make sure that, we reach out to Berg too, because she was really interested in working on this particular course.
That was
So.
recommended for her to, from
Yeah.
the committee to be
Okay.
contributing to this, so to
Okay.
send it to her would be good.
Well, we'll make sure that she gets a,
Yeah.
the big, but hopefully she'll, because what we're doing here now, Kim, is we're walking through all of them and making notes of
Right.
things that need to be added,
Oh, I
because
see.
straw syllabi need to be created for the SUNY application.
Got it.
So we literally need to submit entire syllabuses.
Yes. I know.
So that's where we're at with that.
Got
So anybody who wants to help can, but there's gonna be a lot of work being done on this over the summer. All right, anything else with 230?
I don't think so.
No.
This isn't about the UFOs, is it? I just
I can't make
Oh,
promises.
okay.
The Nasarima one you'll appreciate.
Yeah,
I read it in sociology at some point. And I know sometimes they use it in anthropology classes, but it's a nice, you sort of recognize how ridiculous your own culture is.
yeah.
And it allows you
Yeah.
to sort of take a step back and think about before we judge other people.
Jess, could you send me both of those links like by email?
Amy Manning. I don't know if it's letting me copy the links.
Why is this not? Oh, I know. Here we go. I know why. I know why, because it's sharing. Sharing. There we go. I guess I could have gone into chat and sent it to you, Amy. I could have done that. All right, so are we ready to move
Right.
on to 302? Are we okay with moving on to 302? Yep. All right, so
So as you pull up 302, I am doing this training that has to do with student activism. So I think 302 would be the best place to fit it in. This person has been doing it at the person who's doing the training. He's been doing it at his school for several years. And he has students who end up doing like organizing marches or other types of activism, and then they do press releases and they're on the news and like, so I'm just interested to learn from him if or how that's possible with undergrads. You know, how realistic is it? But it sounds like the college he's at is very similar to our college in terms of like first generation working class, you know, students that are like working and have other responsibilities. So a lot of what he does is like on campus activism. So it'll be like students who are one group of students, they pushed for like more resources for homeless students on campus. Another group pushed for more sexual assault awareness on campus. I would prefer to stay away from the on-campus advocacy and more towards like doing some type of advocacy in the community, maybe even partnering with a specific agency to do that. So that's sort of what I was thinking. I think also it'd be good for them to get involved in doing something around voting, voter rights, helping students on campus get registered to vote, the civic engagement office. What?
There is a program on campus that does that, but they haven't in a couple of years, so they might want to collaborate with that program. I
So
don't
this,
know what it's called, but it might be it might even be USG, I'm not sure. Or UG,
Like-
undergraduate, yeah, you know what I mean, right?
the community and civic engagement office has grant funding, and they have, it was Aurora, but Aurora resigned. And they hired Alice so that Aurora could sort of release her service learning responsibilities to focus on this voting initiative on campus. And so I've talked with them, I talked with Aurora about partnering, our class partnering with them in some way to do something around voting.
I think that's great.
She was very
That's
open
great.
to it.
That's great.
So I guess those are my two ideas.
Well, this class, I know we're gonna talk about like, you know, the like some of the history, now this is a class, I think, some of the elements that you used to talk about in 301, correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, but like some of the Buffalo movements, sort of the Buffalo history, or we can even do the history of Western New York kind of thing. You know, like, so I think, and we also have an activity, I think one of the assignments is,
The Buffalo Injustice Justice assignment.
yeah, there's like a Buffalo Justice paper, there's social movement assignment. There's also Voting Rights Act paper. So I think the things that you're describing would be great activities. Now, let me ask you this question. Is this then applied learning? No, it's not applied learning. Is this a service learning thing or not?
I think we would have to look at how we designed the project, because
Okay.
I think that, you know, if we if we had them, I think it would definitely be applied learning. I don't know if it would count as approved applied learning. We would just have to set the assignment up in a specific way.
Okay,
As far as service learning, I think it's sort of how you set it up and integrate it into the course. I think it could be either of those.
okay,
So after I go through this institute this summer for the training, I think I'll have a better sense of like the advocacy action project.
okay, okay,
And then when they replace Aurora, I think we'll get a better sense of how the college, could potentially use our students to help with that initiative.
okay,
Even if it's just them like tabling in the student union for,
yeah,
5 hours over the course of the semester, because this class also is open to everyone
Yes.
in this college. And Kathy, can I share something?
Yeah. You should be able to.
Can you see my screen?
No?
The policy practice
Wait,
certificate?
let me stop sharing. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so you see this policy practice
Yeah.
certificate?
Yeah,
So this is through CSWE. It's free. I had my 301 class do it this semester for extra credit. I was going to integrate it into 301 next semester and force everyone to do it.
uh-huh.
But they actually get a certificate from CSWE after they complete it. And it's really nice because it
Oh, that is cool.
it talks
Yeah.
about the history of social welfare and poverty, which this is almost a nice introduction to 301. By 301 we go so much further that in some ways it doesn't make sense to keep this in 301, but in 302 students might not know anything about poverty and history, and so it's nice. Then they talk about advocacy and persuasion and negotiation. It's a video and then you take a quiz and you have to get a certain amount of questions right, and then you get a certificate. So I wanted to include this in 302. I think anything we can do where students get a certificate is beneficial.
Yep,
Mhm.
I think that's great.
So Amy, do you want me to send you this link also?
I will type it down right now.
It's kind of long.
Got it.
You have it? All right.
That's pretty exciting. That's very
Yeah,
exciting.
I don't know what I was doing that I happened upon it, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is great.
Yeah,
That's what I've got for, and I guys, like, just so that you're like, what's happening. One of those nights when I couldn't sleep, I sort of came up with a list of things that students could do.
oh, awesome.
I think, Kathy had encouraged us to start thinking about, so I did, probably that night. I'm reading off,
Jessica, that was awesome.
yeah, I'm reading off of this. I'm not just coming up with ideas off the top of my head. I'm not that good.
You're all like, oh my gosh, she's got all this stuff stored.
I don't. So that's all I have for 302. I don't know if anyone has other ideas.
Is there anything like in terms of maybe this is something that I mean, I haven't had a chance to really think about 302, but in terms of obviously there's social movements locally, like regionally, let me put it regionally. But and we're gonna and I don't remember, you guys refresh my memory, but and maybe I should put this back up. In terms of our just practice perspective, are we giving a nod to it at this point? You know what I'm saying? Or because I know we're going to talk about.
Yeah, this is the class where we really provide the foundation of what just practice is. And those different, right at the top, that number one, the key concepts and the core processes. But we don't go into depth with the core processes because the engagement is going to be in the engagement class. The You know what I'm saying? So I think we'll probably spend more time talking about meaning, context, power, history, possibility, and the importance of those things in our work. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yeah. And in terms of social movements,
Mhm.
collective action strategies and types of movements. I haven't had a chance to do this, but I mean, obviously, I'm really familiar with the battered women's movement and those types of things. And obviously, those were tied. All of that occurred in around the same, civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, the anti-rape movement, the shelter movement, the all of that, women's. So there's this whole like a confluence of social movements. And then the whole issue of environmental justice, which I'm really looking forward to doing more investigation on that. And maybe you guys all know this, but sort of the creation of Earth Day and where did that come from? Those kinds of things. So have we thought about how we want to, do those kinds of things that are really more interactive, as opposed to let's just read about it in a book? And I don't have any suggestions right off the top of my head, but
Maybe that could be an assignment for students to pick, like have a topic. And then they have to research the start of the movement, where it is in the area, and then connect with them somehow.
Maybe they have to develop an activity
Yeah.
to engage people with that movement.
so they have a social movement written assignment that might be used. Like they could create, they don't necessarily have to do the activity, but they could. It could be an in-class thing, but they could write up on it.
And there's also like, not, it may be considered part of movements, but there are also like different like coalitions and task forces that are developed for the immediate needs of the area for that year or for that a couple of years. And a lot of times it's, I know UB has started a few of them. So I don't know how connected they still are with that, but they could look up like different
I think that we
they could
talk
be
about,
involved with that are sort of, I don't know if you want consider those movements or just
I
temporary
think we
things.
talk
but-
about, well, I think we have coalitions listed under one of those, I don't remember which, but 330, 340, 350. I think coalitions was one of the macro things that we listed in one of those.
Yeah, in terms of intervention.
This
Yeah.
advocacy action project, though, I kind of like part of what Kim is saying here. Like maybe for the advocacy action project, part of what they do is they have to identify like a coalition or a task force and actually go and observe, like go to a meeting, see what that's about, and integrate that into the action portion.
I don't want to get stuck monitoring whether you did or didn't go, like you could go and make that up. Okay.
I think that's,
I think if we have them present, they could present on what they learned at it.
I think we should go to a coalition meeting or a task force meeting. I think that is a great idea. I think if we do that in this class, then one, I think there's like enough stuff in this class, but I think if we do it in this class, then when we get to, I wish I remembered which one it was. I think it's maybe 340. When we talk about interventions, maybe.
Well,
but
340 is theory and assessment.
Okay, then
So it's 350 is evidence-based practice.
I think that's where we
action.
put the coalitions in at, and I think we should have them do that in that class.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they need to go to a coalition meeting and they need to see what one actually is like and know that they can join a coalition, even as a student. Like that's a way they can become involved. There's a workbook too that I thought that I had sent out, and it walks the students through, and I think the workbook might be too
Advanced.
remedial for our students, but I would like to pull from it for this class because it walks them through sort of helping them identify the things they might be passionate about and then helping them identify how to get involved that makes sense for them and aligns with their values. Because there's some people who are never going to feel comfortable going to a protest,
Right, right.
but they might feel really comfortable writing to their legislator, right? And there's other people who are never going to write a letter, but they'll get involved in other ways. So I think that workbook will be a good tool. I don't know that it would be like required for the students or that we just sort of,
Well, it sounds like you're saying that maybe required for, I mean, we can take a look at it and I think that if it makes more sense to provide them with,
We could also develop our own,
yeah,
like
true.
through that process. I think between all of us who, every one of us have done advocacy at some
Yeah.
level, we can make the process that we would do. It doesn't have to be from somebody else.
Yeah.
Right.
but if there's like, to get them started, if there's some little exercises that the workbook might be helpful as we think about pulling together stuff.
Let me check in my office.
Because I think that, I mean, this is the course that once they get this under their belt, like all of our core courses are going to be pulling from just practice and social justice. This is going to help them have like, oh, I get it. I get why this is important. And we're going to tie it with how they had to do their analysis of, gain understanding with intersectionality of difference. Like these two courses are really pretty fundamental to getting them set to be able to
Yeah.
move into our core courses. I mean, that's how I see these two courses. I mean, 101 is, here's what social work is.
Mhm.
So you have some reasonable understanding of that, but then these two really are setting the stage, like for what we want to do. And I like the idea of putting the coalition, because if you go to a coalition meeting before you really understand what it is, then you're just going to see people sitting in a room and not understanding what they're doing. But if we move it later, after they've had this, then they're going to be like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? And they've done a few of these little, whether it's helping people get to vote or, they're doing their little activism, whatever it's going to be. Then when they go see a coalition meeting, it's going to make more sense to them, I think, as opposed to people just in my opinion.
I think that this is a really exciting course.
Yeah.
I really want to teach.
I think all of our courses are really exciting,
Yes.
which is
Amy wants to teach this course really badly too. I think we're gonna have to do rock, paper, scissors.
I know. Well, I mean, what's interesting is that our current curriculum, there's a lot of classes where people are like, oh, I don't want to teach, right? But with our new curriculum, like as we talk about each class, I'm like 230 would be fun to teach. 201 would be great to teach.
Yeah.
302 would
I
be
know.
amazing to teach. Like you can't go wrong. So it's gonna be great.
I agree, Jess. I mean, it's like, no, I want it. No, I want it. No, I want it. It's gonna be a riot, actually, to teach these things.
Here, I'll forward this to you, Amy.
Thank you.
So I had to pay for the workbook, but it's a link. So I'm probably not supposed to like widely distribute it, but I sent you the information on it.
Thanks, Jess.
Yeah, and so it helps with that like self-reflection component, I guess.
I have a number of books that might help because this one also advocating for change, troubleshooting and assessing. This one's more policy focused. This one is.
Yeah.
So, but this one, they love the, I don't think it's for this class though, but they love the, it was advocacy assessment. And I don't know if you want to use it for this class.
Probably that one would be when we move into the assessment class,
Okay.
right? So keep in mind that
We're
this is
separating.
historically we bifurcated
Yeah,
macro and meso work
right.
and micro work. One of the challenges, and I think this is an exciting challenge, is to integrate them in one course. So think about the umbrella piece. Oh yeah, this is like,
That has stuff in it. This is, even though it's for homosexuality or LGBT, it probably has a model in there that could be used.
Yeah.
And this could be separated across the entire curriculum because it has, assessment,
yes,
actions.
yes,
How to
yes.
follow through,
Yeah.
intervention, like,
Yeah.
just so,
So-
I'm saying- so maybe I'm off track, but
No,
I thought that these might help. I don't know.
so I think these might be books that we would put in the references that we
Right.
could add to the references for our purposes,
Uh-huh.
as opposed to necessarily
Inter-
using them, like the student,
Right, right.
you
They
know
don't
what I'm
have to
saying?
buy them. We would just
Right.
use.
Use them,
like,
yeah.
Parts of them for different
Yeah,
classes. I
so
think.
if you've
I'll
got
hold on
them,
to
just
that.
electronically send them to me and Jess, that would be great.
Electronically send the books.
No, the
Okay.
references to the, so we, yeah,
Okay.
because otherwise, because then we can include it in the bibliographies.
Oh,
So
I'll
for
do
people
it.
who want to do that.
Right.
And then I think, as we look, I think it's important to remember that we're creating we're filling out the shell right now. But by the
Right.
time when we go to actually teach the course, we're going to have more time to really, but this is just so we can let SUNY know this is really where this course is going, more above and beyond what the course proposals are.
Right.
So, did we lose Mark?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are, Mark.
He's there, but you have to click on.
There we go.
Yeah.
So, are we feeling good enough to move to the next one, or are we still feel like there's some things that need to happen? So again, people can send us references that the instructor might use to inform themselves. And there are also, there might be some resources for that students might use.
I think that we're good to go on to the next one. I mean, we're gonna continually be adding and updating to these up through and until we
Okay.
start teaching them. So, but where we are, I think it's a fair amount to show SUNY that we're not
Mhm.
just pulling this out of the air.
I don't think we're just pulling it out of our butts.
Nope.
I mean, SUNY does assume exactly what everyone is doing. but-
Bringing out of their butts.
Okay, so this is now 3:30. So 3:30 is our first core course. It's called Foundations of Social Work. This is the course that they begin to learn their practice skills. Emphasis on social work professionalism, professional skills, social work ethics, engagement, micro, meso, macro levels. Remember, this is engagement, not assessment. We put assessment in with theory because that's where we're really going to do a deep, deep, deep dive into the just practice and how we use that. We are going to be talking about engagement via the just practice lens. So that's what this course is about. And here's our first.
Hey, Kathy, you have a book, I think, about the emotional intelligence but it was like activities you could do.
Yes,
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? I think that would be good for like in-class activities for this class.
I'm trying to
Um,
remember if that was in, did we put that in?
It's
Yeah,
in the.
that's right. That's right. This is, yep. I'm sorry. I'm still stuck back on, yeah. Yeah, I think, so the nice thing about this course is because we pulled out assessment,
Mhm.
we get to spend a lot more time on engagement at those 3 levels. So I think that the EI activities, I will get that book. It's sitting it's upstairs on my 3rd floor, Joss, in its special place.
I'm glad it's in a special place.
It's in a special
I thought
place.
you were bringing your dog.
I just took some medicine and it tasted garbagey.
Oh,
It started to like dissolve in my mouth because anyway. So we have, we have in here that they're gonna complete the mental health first aid course or the QPR,
Yeah,
which are similar. There is an ACEs training that I was gonna recommend for here, but I think that should go in that elective that we talked about yesterday.
yeah. And I'm trying to remember what our thinking was about the campus project reflection paper. I thought there was something that we were gonna, like, it had to do with engagement.
Yeah, so
And
we
I
had
thought,
talked about, go ahead.
and I think it was not necessarily on an individual basis, so this is not a micro. I thought, was this,
It was to do some type of awareness project on
that's
campus.
right. That's right.
So
We have those.
it could be, on sexual assault. And it's a class project.
Right.
And it's raising awareness on campus, so they have to engage
Yeah.
other students to help raise awareness.
And I mean, it could be, they could help out with the Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We could do a clothesline project. We could.
You can have one of those flat whiteboards, the small ones, and they have sayings that they want to say, and they have their pic. That program, that project.
Are you talking about hashtags? No.
I don't know if it's hashtags, but just for class.
I don't know what you're talking about. You have to help me. What do you say? Or it's, I don't know.
Okay, well, Jessica was saying like sexual assault awareness.
Yes.
There's a project that people were doing where people who had experienced sexual assault or knew someone who experienced sexual assault had a whiteboard, and on that whiteboard they wrote what they wanted people to know about it, or I'm a survivor, or I did, and they had the whiteboard and they had their picture taken, and that was a project that became. Now I know that it was like all across like social media, but it doesn't have to be across social media. You could send it to the diversity office. I mean, on campus.
So
I think
Here are pictures of real people on campus who have had this or something, to show awareness that this is happening.
I would just be careful. Like, I don't know that I would want any student to feel
Oh, yeah.
like
I think that's really-
they had to disclose or
Yeah.
Well, I think this should be student led.
yeah.
Like, when we're talking about awareness projects, and especially when you're doing an awareness something on campus, the students should be the ones first off deciding what the awareness topic is, but also deciding how to implement this with their peers. And yes, as instructors, we're here to like vet some of these ideas, and yes, we're going to like put the kibosh on things that are potentially harmful, but we should kind of just light the fuse and then get out of the way on this type of project.
Okay.
and see what they come up with, because they're gonna have better ideas than any of us. And they're gonna have ideas that are gonna engage their peers more than we will have ideas that engage their peers, right? But I think, what could be interesting too is assuming that we offer 2 sections of this course in the same semester, right?
Yeah.
Say Kathy's teaching one section and Kim's teaching another section. That could create a little bit of like,
Competition.
yeah, like in a healthy way of like the students like, okay, well, who's going to engage more students? Who's going to get more like chatter around campus about this? How are we going to get like, I think it could turn into like a fun, it might turn into, a arm wrestling match and faculty meeting between you two, but
The group who loses, the professor has whipped cream pie put in their face.
My goodness, you're so violent.
Yeah.
You're really violent.
But like, we could also build in some small evaluation pieces to this project so that students could start to understand how to evaluate the reach of their work.
Yeah.
So, because when we're talking about engagement, it's really easy to be like, oh yeah, I engage people. But when they have to
Prove it.
when they have to like put numbers to it, when they have to
I engage them when I'm high.
do all of those things, I think it would be a good start for us.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good.
No, I've got a whole mess of it. No, you keep it because I've got a whole mess in my office. I was just playing with
I
this.
know, but you appeared to be uncomfortable, so I was just offering you a one.
Thank you, thank you.
Also, I don't care.
Yeah. All right, so, and I like the idea that the campus, whatever that's gonna be, that is really your, like, it's not really meso, it's really more macro, because it's the campus community. So I like the fact that we will do our usual micro engagement activities, because they have to learn their skills, and we're going to be doing a lot of that. But they also then will say, okay, so when you're going to go do your project, how are you going to engage the campus? Like, what are you going to say? People are walking by. What are you going to do? How are you guys going to
Right.
create an opportunity to say people might stop and listen to what you have to say?
Right. So we need to like work on both the passive engagement as well as active engagement.
Correct.
And possibly build into the course like time for active engagement during the course, so that we could, as instructors, go around and observe the engagement attempts and processes. Like, so when our students say, oh, I'm going to be like, we're going to go do this, and we go there and they're not actually there doing that, we can deal with that, not as like a, oh, I got you type thing, but like, all right, what are some of the barriers that made you not do this engagement? And what happens out in the field if you say you're going to be going and doing something and then you don't actually go and do it? It would actually help us continue to build, I think, some of those professional behaviors.
Well, and
and
I think they can
expectations.
start by practicing. We can, I was thinking about, like, if I were teaching this class, I'd throw them in groups of 3
Yes.
and send them, they would go out and they would have to come up with something that they wanted to talk to the classmates about.
Mhm.
And then we would just kind of go out into the quad, and it's like, your job is to engage both your classmates and anyone else. Like, it's simulated in that way, but let's have you practice doing something like in the quad with your colleagues. It's safe, it's,
Not to, I know that we're not talking about this course, okay? And I don't mean to overlap courses like we used to. However, as you're speaking, I'm thinking of something that some of us have done in the research course, where we would have students walk outside, listen to what people are doing and saying, and come back and bring like that in as qualitative data, and then we would put it together. What if we used that to start doing the assessment Is it in the same semester or no?
Well, this is skill.
It's not in the same.
This is skill
This
practice.
is skill, they don't
I'm just wondering if there's a
know.
different course offered the same semester that does, no, okay,
No,
so it
'cause-
doesn't matter.
So in that roadmap that we had
Yeah.
yesterday, Kim,
Right.
so this is their first, this is fall semester.
So
In
they
fall
wouldn't have-
semester, what would they be doing? They would be doing 3:30. It depends. If you're a transfer
Mm-hmm.
student, you've got 3:30, maybe 101,
Mhm.
2:30, 3:02.
I know it's become a problem in the past, like someone might have had a class and then they didn't do it fast enough for the other class to do their project. But I just didn't know if there was a course that might be integrating some research components to it that could have that as a project first. And then in this class, they use that information as their data to talk to people.
I see what you're saying. I, off the top of my head, I'm gonna say no, because
Okay.
and as you were talking, I guess that's really interesting, because I think it's the courses build on each other.
Right.
Because the skills, you have to understand engagement to be able to assess.
Right.
To be able to assess, then you use that to put put things into action.
Right,
So in that way, it's lateral, but the main thing about the shift is that it's vertical
right,
in terms of how we're integrating.
right.
So when we start to talk about evidence-based practice, that's where we're gonna
That's
do
where
the
you're gonna do that.
methods.
Okay,
And I don't know, we haven't gotten there yet,
Right,
so in terms
right.
of how we're gonna think about that. In 3:30, we're gonna assume that they don't know they don't know any skill. So they don't even know how to walk up to somebody and introduce themselves.
okay,
It's something that simple, like,
Right.
hi, my name is. To walk into
Absolutely.
a room and to command it and say, hi, my name is.
okay.
That's a really important skill, not
Yes.
walking and going, hi.
I just was wondering
No.
if it connected in the
Yeah, yeah,
way
yeah.
that it's built right now,
Yeah.
and if it doesn't, yeah.
In
sort
that
of,
way,
it's-
because we're doing it this way.
Yeah,
But they have to learn this really well.
right,
Because they're gonna take these skills and then they're gonna apply it in assessment. So, well, and we'll see if we've got enough. What's the word I want? Like for webbing to
Webbing.
connect
Got it.
everything.
got it, okay.
So what else about 3:30, you guys? Anything?
Well, they really liked the hands-on practice of assessing on each other and seeing that follow through. And I don't know if there's a way to have that pairing in there.
That would be at the next class, because we don't do assessment.
Class,
class.
okay,
You can't assess if you don't know how to talk to people. So think of it this as,
this is really.
this is
really-
engagement. This is
Straight
like,
up
how do I
engagement.
say my name? How do I say hello? How do I ask you good questions? How do I, if I don't know those skills, I'm not gonna be able to assess anything.
I'm sorry, is this 2:20?
3:30.
3:30, okay.
2:30 is intersectionality and difference.
And the first one is the one where they're learning all these skills.
3:30,
3:30 is the one they're learning.
3:30, yeah.
That's so like
So
writing and
see, no, that's 2:01.
that's what I was thinking of,
Yeah,
2:01.
so there's 1:01, 2:01, 3:02.
Sorry, it's hard for me to,
It's okay, here, I'm gonna write it up.
I
So-
have them here.
No, but a cheat sheet is good, because some of us have been living with this for a while, so
Yeah,
it's,
and,
so it's,
but I don't want to take up time.
no,
because
I'm not,
lost.
we're not.
And it's taken me a little while to kind of shift from, I've gotten pretty good at shifting perspectives on how this is being arranged, but the specifics, I'm gonna get lost.
So foundation courses, 3:30, this is engagement. And we're only-
And that's what we're doing right now.
That's what we're doing now. This is assessment and theory. This is
Okay.
called,
So this is using all their skills.
this is skill
Okay.
learned.
Got it.
This is, then they start to learn it. Then 350 is action. This is intervention.
Okay.
And then 400 is evidence-based practice.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, so anything else with 330 that you guys can think about? I like the idea. They're gonna really do basically micro work here, and they're gonna do sort of
It has to be
Meso
micro-
macro kind of a little bit.
So
No.
kind of like how to apply all those micro level skills that they learned to like a workplace issue and then to a
So
macro
the
issue.
primary focus in here is
Yeah.
going to be individual micro. And then they're gonna work together as a group
Okay.
to develop their campus activity.
Mhm.
That they're then going to go out and engage the macro
Got it.
of the campus.
Okay.
Does that make
I'm
sense?
sorry, I'm so behind. And I'm just.
Step it up, baby.
Well,
Step
it's like, it's really very different from the way I'm used to thinking and I'm trying.
I know you are. I know you are.
No more sabbaticals for you, Kim.
And
That-
I'm slow when it comes to these things, but once I get it, I get it.
Yeah.
Regardless, it
That's
doesn't
okay.
matter.
That's okay.
all right, anything else for third time is the charm, maybe?
Are we ready to move on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the next one is gonna be, the next one is going to be 340. Now, 340 is where we do,
340.
340 is applied social work. This is assessment and theory. Another way of thinking about it. This is where we're really going to help them understand just practice. So this is the course that everyone needs to be reading, the just practice.
Well, I would say that it might be true, but there's also a chapter in just practice about engagement and a chapter in just practice about intervention. So I don't
That's-
That's
know.
really competency.
It is.
Yeah, no, I agree, Jess, but there is, you're right. I stand corrected. So we'll be talking about just practice in 330, but now we're gonna move into,
So for this class, I think that we should have all our students do the mandated reporter training.
Is this 340?
yes.
I don't know what other people think about that.
I love that idea because I think a lot of our students, especially around the time that this course would be, are asking about like, what do they have to do? Like, what if somebody tells me this? What if somebody tells me that? So that'd be a really good place to
Yeah.
put that training.
Yep.
As far as, were you gonna say something, Mark? Did I hear? murmur?
No.
Talk, Mark. Do it. Uh-oh. I just took some Mucinex because I cannot stop coughing. It's like
I know.
obnoxious. So I think this would be a really good class to do two things. One, I think we should see if we can coordinate with, if our curriculum starts in the fall of 2023, we have until spring of 2024 to set this up. So we've got
A minute.
almost 2 years to do it, right? I think that we should partner with the speech center downstairs to do some assessments of their clients.
Oh, that would be great.
I'm all for that. Kathleen and I have been talking about this. Like ultimately, I think it would be wonderful to have a field placement down there.
I think this is the class where it fits. Because
I
they would
think
be doing
that would be really good.
assessments.
Mhm.
I-
So,
This is the advocacy map for taking it from an individual to a macro.
okay,
So I think this would be the class to fit that in.
this for assessment.
Yeah, and they really learned a lot from doing that this semester.
I think too, that the speech center might not be the only place that we could partner with.
The school on campus,
It's not there yet.
It's not there
not
now.
there yet.
No.
I mean,
It will
might
be, but
but there's multiple locations that we could probably partner with for
Yeah.
assessment purposes.
That's very good.
so you guys, let's just back, I know you guys are thinking that my middle initial is no. But how are we thinking about our VSW students who are just learning about the concept of assessment using just practice?
how are we thinking about them working with, let's just say, the clinic at speech pathology and language?
If they have a form, like an assessment sheet that they have to fill out, that's real
Uh-huh.
quick, that would be simple. They could just do that with the clients and give it to the person who's doing the assessment.
So it might be just one experience and done, and then they talk about it?
I think we would need to talk with them to see
Yes.
what works for them and for their clients and what this would look like. I know that you and Kathleen have been talking about it for a while.
Yes.
So I'm just suggesting that I think this is where it would fit. And I think Kathy, like, I think that because they're students, there's an acknowledgement that they might not do a perfect job.
Yeah.
For our students, they'll be learning how to do assessment by doing assessment instead of learning about doing assessment and then not being able to do it until they're in field.
Got
right?
it. Got
So
it.
I think with them doing it at the same time as learning about it, they are it's a more I don't know if holistic is the right word, but it's a more holistic learning experience for them because they get to actually test out what they're learning in the classroom.
So,
And I think
yeah,
to-
no, I think I'm just asking the questions because I don't want this to be confused with field. This is not a field placement, so I just want to be clear about that.
no, it would be
I-
a class project, just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
They could get used to doing an informed consent.
Mhm.
And then they could just have a very, very simple, what brings you in today? Are there any other issues going on that you,
Right,
outside of the
right.
that's
Well-
impacting your hearing? And that, or what
Well, I
other
think-
issues that are going on? in
Right,
your
and
life?
I
And
think
just
that
very simple.
simple, but I think what we want to think about if we want them to use any of this, of the just practice stuff.
Yeah.
But most importantly, we need to talk to Susan about this. To say, hey, this is what we got, this idea for this class.
right.
It's, the beginning of, our students are learning to do assessments here. Not in the same way that your guys are doing assessments, so, because they're a master's program down there.
Right.
So we want to differentiate that. But here's what our thinking is, like what you're saying is learning about assessment and then having an opportunity to see it or try it or whatever you want to call it.
What if our student, like, what if we even talk to them about possibly partnering our students with one of their master students? And
Oh, to shadow it.
to like shadow first and then possibly have like a small portion of like the biopsychosocial part that after shadowing and being able to like talk with a graduate student about the process, like the graduate student supervises them in doing that portion of an assessment with a person.
I don't know, we'd have to talk to them,
Because
yeah.
I think first off, that would help with the mitigate some of the fears that we kind of have about like just letting people go to play social worker, because that's not really what we're
Right,
trying to do. We're
Right.
trying to build the skill.
right.
But if they were building the skill with people who are at the advanced level of the skill, it also would not just put the onus on, a couple of people to supervise the process.
What are you guys' thoughts?
Sure.
Kim's writing up on the board.
I think that we would really need to,
Oops.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Jess?
I can't read that, so there's no point in turning your computer that way. I
Oh.
think we would need to talk to the speech and language people to
Okay.
see if or how they see us fitting in, because I think the assessment that our students do could be, like Amy said, a biopsychosocial assessment to identify if the family needs to be connected to other resources in the community. It has nothing to do with speech, but because they're coming into speech, they can get this additional assessment and linked to other programs.
Mhm.
And I think they could do an eco map with these families. They could do a genogram. They could get used to using some of those assessment tools, right? Kim, I can't, since we can't see that.
I'll tell you what I wrote. It's kind of very similar to what you said. It's more of a needs assessment than it would be like a biopsychosocial assessment, but it's doing a brief, like doing the informed consent, and we would write down the brief assessment that all students would do. So it would be like 1 page long or something. And it would be connected to like their access to, or what services, additional services that they need outside of like hearing or access to hearing things or whatever it is. And then they get their contact information. Then they go to class, they write down, they have a list of the needs that that person stated. They have to find a list of referrals for that person that the professor would then check to make sure they were appropriate. And then the student would give those referrals to the person who has been working with that client for hearing, and that SLP would then give that to the patient client for follow-up, just to give them some extra resources. But that, you know, and then they, you know, if they needed to do an eco map, that's another thing that they could add into that. But it's like a 10 to 15 minute, should be 10 to 15 minute quick assessment of needs. That's what I'm thinking. Or like, what are the barriers? What have you tried? What do you need?
I think that's a good starting point, Kim. And I think the next step would be for Kathy to go back to Kathleen and have the conversation to see what their needs are, so that we
Right.
are meeting some of their needs and not just
What do you think?
pushing in.
Right.
And so, Kathy, I don't think it's the same as a field placement, I guess,
No.
the way I'm thinking about it, because our students would just be, when they're there, they would just be doing the assessment portion, not anything else, right? Like they're not doing any intervention, they're not doing any evaluation. It's just the assessment. And I think, to Amy's point, there's probably other agencies that we could sort of tap
So,
into to
The
do.
reason, yeah, the reason I'm asking, and maybe this is such a micro question, first of all, we need to go have this conversation with Kathleen and Susan to see what they think about it. But I was wondering if we're thinking about an ongoing thing here, or are we thinking kind of time limited? I would say time limited because they've got a lot of other stuff that they're doing in this class. But if they shadowed an assessment, even though it's not social work, it's still giving them the opportunity to see
Well,
another discipline's concept of engaging with a client. Do you know what I'm saying? And then they get to do something. So
I think, Kathy, as far to answer your question, as far as like ongoing versus time limited, I think that it could be set up the same way that we're setting up the 20 hours of service learning in, I don't remember that, the other course, 230, I think we put it in, where we say to them, they have to complete 5 assessments before, before April 1st.
okay.
They can't start doing their assessments until February 15th. And here's the schedule, and this is how they sign up for a shift. And we can have all that sort of set up and in place, and then do that. But it doesn't have to just be at the speech place. I'm just, I'm throwing that out there because I know that that's something you and Kathleen have been talking about for years.
Yes.
And
No,
I
I think this is great.
Might be an opportunity to do that.
Yep.
Something to add.
Okay. Kim's got something to add.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to when I worked at the dental school, and they started a program there, or I started the social work program there for it was the CARES program. It was specifically for older adults, but to like improve their access to dental care, but it wound up being so much more, like mental health and all this stuff. So you could have like, you know, you could do it one or two ways that we did there. So one is we assign someone to walk around, we assigned someone to walk around to assess people as they were going through, and they were talking specifically to the dental students, what are the issues, right? So you don't have to do it that way, but like what you're saying with signing up for a shift, that's great. And if they follow through for the entire semester, that's great, but we don't know if they have that many patients. I don't know. But this is like where we started, is what kind of like I put on the board, is like doing this stuff. And then we'd have like little boxes on there because like, do you have mental health issues that you need to have addressed? And they were like check marks instead of doing full assessments on it. And then we would go back and then follow up maybe on the phone, but I don't think they're at that level
No.
yet. So just having the check marks would give that information to the SLP, and that starts to develop data that they can use. Like this person came in with this kind of hearing issue, is it connected to other things?
Right. And that's fine. I think that if we create a couple of places, like let's say SPL says, wow, this would be awesome. Then to think about, if you've got, I'm just going to say, let's say we have 60 students. That's a lot of students for them to accommodate, which they might be able to.
Right.
But are there other places that we can creatively think about that would be open to this kind of thing? That
wonder if
wouldn't.
This would be a good type of thing to do with Roar to Success.
That may be,
I mean,
that might be,
no,
but
but
we have to
it's
talk
like
about that with,
The
we have to have that
Right, so-
conversation. It might be,
Because Roar to
I was
Success
thinking
as an
that,
independent
Amy,
placement,
too.
no, but Roar to Success as a
yeah,
place to do
yeah.
assessment and engagement practice, we could possibly bring this process to Roar and actually improve their overall
Mhm.
process and outcomes too.
Right. I think there's groundwork that has to be done with that, but
Yeah.
that's an idea.
But
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
just thinking places on campus that we might be able to do that type of assessment, and even just locally. I mean, there's the library right off campus. There's a community center right off campus. There's a lot of places that we could partner with that already have programs that we could connect our students for assessment.
I think if they're willing, so we should explore that so that everybody understands the limited nature of what we're asking.
Very limited.
You have to be very clear about what the limited nature is, because they're not ready, that they're learning a skill. So this is skill practice, hands-on skill practice that they're learning while they're learning it. You know what I mean? So it's a very limited scope. And there
Right.
has to, so we have to be very mindful about that,
Absolutely. So
because we don't want.
we're not
when
out
we
there to
s-
fix the problem.
No, and when you start to go out into the community, there's additional issues regarding liability and things that need to be attended to that we might be able to get away with
as a learning project.
as a
on
learning
campus.
practice on campus versus going out in the community.
Absolutely.
Unless it's,
I'm not disagreeing.
no,
Yeah.
but I'm just putting it out there so we're all thinking about that
Mhm.
as we're kind of conceptualizing this. That's all I'm doing. So we have some footwork to do on this if we intend to incorporate it, and you are correct, Jess, this is a spring course.
Yeah.
This is a spring course.
I think maybe we can start to, like Kathy, you can go back to Kathleen. We can maybe start to think about what other agencies this might be useful for. I'm hesitant like this summer to reach out to Roar because I don't want to use them because they're expecting, I think, field placements. And
Yes.
so
Yeah,
I don't want to like, like step on Karen's toes and have them get confused, but maybe we can work on identifying some additional places. And
Why?
as we talk to some of the places, we can sort of pull together what this might look like, right? So I think for right now, we maybe just put it as like there's a potential to do some type of applied learning in here with them doing individual or family assessments with individuals or families. The other thing, because this class is, of course, micro, meso, macro, is that I think it would be good for this class to do an asset map.
well, let me just roll up because there's a community assessment here. Right, community needs assessment paper. So I think the asset map would definitely,
The asset map's listed under number 2.
oh, is it really? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Reading English is kind of complicated for me today.
No, it's all right.
Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, they could do the asset map and identify community needs by doing the mapping, right? Because you do the map and then you see there's no grocery store on the east side of Buffalo except the one that's closed.
Yeah,
So now we've identified that this is a need, and then they're in their community needs assessment paper. They can talk about how they identified that need by doing the mapping. And
mhm. I think that's great. I mean, if there are other things that we might think about related to community assessment. The other piece we have in here is strategic planning, which is an in-class activity. So I don't remember what we were thinking when we talked about that.
Because it's associated with the action plan or create a plan of action at the micro, meso, and macro levels. I think the purpose of doing that as an in-class activity was to really highlight the difference between planning at each of those levels.
Yeah.
I think this advocacy assessment works to show how it goes from the micro to the meso to the macro. It's from Advocacy Practice Book, and they really enjoyed doing it.
So
I
there
think-
was an activity then, Kim?
Well, I made an assignment. I showed them how to do it in class, and I made it an assignment for them. But yes, it
we
was.
also should look at the just practice book,
In action.
how they're doing assessment
Just-
on the micro, meso, macro.
So we can look at both of those, but, and if there's a way to, it might be that fits really nicely in with, kind of how we think about just practice. Because that's the other thing, they have to learn how to think about assessment from a just practice perspective, which we're just learning also. We're learning it too.
I'm not attached to anything.
No,
I'm purposely checking myself. so
no,
don't worry.
that's fine. That's great. I put the advocacy process, I put that down here with us. And Amy's written it down too, so. Anything else that in regards to 3:30? This is pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Jess, is there anything else on your list?
You say no.
Oh,
No? Are you okay?
no.
I just keep coughing.
Oh,
No, we can go to the next one.
oh my goodness, you sound all of a sudden like really like stopped up and everything.
She has COVID.
No, really?
She has COVID.
Wow, thank you, Captain Obvious.
You're very welcome.
Kim Pate,
What is that?
Kim's the only one that cares.
I
Well,
put
that, I'm sure that's probably true.
I just my throat is so dry, so I keep drinking, but then I have to go to the bathroom every like 15 minutes. So It's obnoxious.
That really sucks.
So this is the intervention class, and
Yes.
I have two things written down for this. One is the Narcan training,
Love it.
Okay.
and the other one you're gonna love too, Amy. You're gonna love it. Be ready for it. Is participating in the lead day in Albany. It's the New York State NASW legislative, I think it's Legislative Education and Advocacy Day
Yes,
for
yeah.
students.
You have a history in the department of sending students down for that? We haven't done it in a few years?
Not since I've been here.
Nope.
Yeah, we haven't done it in at least 7.
Yep.
But I think that we should do it. I think we should do it. So I,
So one of the things that we will do is get some information as to how to make that happen. You know, like, how is that done? Right? Like, if we're gonna all transport them down there,
They get
When-
it.
that's what I
Yeah.
thought. That's how we used to, you know, when we would do
Mhm.
legislative awareness day in Albany, we'd like rent a bus and go down there and then come back in one day.
Yeah.
when I did it at Fredonia, so it was nice because Fredonia has a bunch of vans. And so I wonder if we could partner with their social work department and they could sort of like rent all the vans for us. Cause like this completely blows my mind, but they're like, I think they can fit like 12 people in a van. And students, even freshmen, can like rent this van and then drive it to Kentucky if they wanted to.
That's really,
Crazy.
I'm sorry, but that's like terrifying.
That's risky.
Yes. But they can. So, and they have,
They
I
can.
don't know, like 6 of them maybe. So instead of renting a bus, maybe we can partner with them and just like pay the gas for our van or.
For liability purposes and after meeting our students and students from Fredonia, I'm gonna say that we need to find the funds to rent the bus with a professional driver just to take that risk off of our plates.
Well, we don't have to let the students drive the van that our students.
Yeah,
Mark
but I don't want to
will-
drive it
Mark will
either because
drive.
I freaking hate driving to Albany.
Mark will drive.
I think that we need to.
I will.
I appreciate your creativity there, Jessica. And I'm still trying to react to the fact that Fredonia rents vans to students.
Yeah. Well,
And
you
vans
know,
to Kentucky.
I don't know what, I'm not sure what your problem is, Kathy.
I mean, having driven a bus, like physically actually driven a bus, and having that capability, having our own students like in a vehicle that we are driving or another person, like, no, thank you. Like, no, I'm not doing that.
So I've done it a few
We're
times,
not.
but
I'm
so I think we should look into that, but I would recommend that for this. And then as far as like applied learning for this course, I think that this is that we could partner with different, I think one of the field placements might be prevention focused, but places that are doing like workshops that are prevention education, you know, like, right? So Weigel doing prevention education on campus, prevention focus, bystander training, where it's our students who are doing sort of these peer educational groups, or
So they're participants in the workshops.
they're facilitating the workshops.
Weigel or the students?
The
The
students would be the facilitators.
Would be facilitating the group, and different students could do different, like different ones.
So I think, again, because Weigel is a place where field has gone and they do prevention, I think we need to be, again, it's kind of like the road to success. I think we need to
Yeah, we don't have any, like, we haven't had any students at Weigel since I've been
Oh.
here, as far as I know.
I don't know.
They've been, yeah, they have. They table and they do health.
Yeah,
and
they-
Yeah.
couple
hand
years
out
ago,
condoms and,
did.
yeah.
What, Mark?
A couple of years ago, I remember we had students placed there that were in 497.
Yeah.
So a couple meaning 2 or 7.
Well, at
It
least,
was like at
bit.
least 7 or 8.
Oh.
Okay.
7 or 8.
Yeah,
So that's not
It's
necessarily
not
a
a
current thing. I do understand what you're saying, that we don't just want to start throwing people into
Yes,
confusing situations.
correct.
but there wasn't anybody since COVID. There hasn't been anybody.
Well, part of that's because Weigel went completely remote.
okay, so if it's not a
I-
place uses, that might be a possibility. There's
Yeah.
other possibilities in the community. But I guess, what do you think about the students in this class, because they are learning about group facilitation, doing some type of prevention education group somewhere on campus or in the community? And it could be.
I
topic.
like that idea, Jessica. I really like that idea. I'm not opposed to the idea at all. I
They could
just
partner
think,
With USG.
what?
They could partner with USG or and then have an event or something.
What, Kim, is USG like the people who, well, what is USG? Because
United
USG kind of
Student Government.
oversees all the different student-led groups on campus.
uh-huh,
And if
Great club.
if our students went and said, we want to give some trainings or workshops or whatever, it'd be peer-to-peer.
oh, you're saying that they would do a workshop to USG.
Well, through
USG
USG.
to their peers.
Yeah, so USG would
okay.
get the information out to all the students and then
No, I got it now.
collaborate with them.
yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't like understanding at first
That's okay.
what you were saying. So, okay. No, I think that would be a good.
I
if
mean,
they-
the nice thing about doing that, like, let's say, they then would have to do soup to nuts to like contacting you. I mean, we would check this out
Right,
first
right.
to make sure that it could be done, but then they would have to do the contact, the engagement, all the things that you have to do to set up, for example, a prevention education group, call it what you will, the space, the materials, you know what I mean? Like, that's really hands-on.
Yeah.
And maybe each class does like a 3-part series.
Mhm.
So there's like 3 groups within the class that has to do the facilitation. So different groups take different topics. I'm just talking.
Yeah, and USG usually knows even if I think that they are aware of what each group is kind of focusing on, but they might connect you to like the student Caribbean group, right? And then the students can contact that group and find out what they want to know more about, and then create the workshop on that. And then USG has access to rooms in the student union that not easily, whereas faculty don't have the same kind of access, so they can just have like a smaller room, or they can have like a large room, like the student union, where we have the big huge thing.
Yeah, Mr. Union.
Social hall.
Whatever. So
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be that big, but they have smaller things too that are available even on the 3rd floor where we don't usually go. There are things for just the students, so they can help our students collaborate and figure that out. So they can target them to or send them to specific groups on campus for the students to do the assessment on what the group wants, and then apply it, do it. Give them that information. I'm speaking code.
Yeah.
A little convolutedly, but.
No, it makes sense what you're saying. They could do like, just, oh my gosh, I just completely, like They could do like a wellness group or like a self-care group too, right? But they could have it be open to the faculty on campus, to the students who are participating in Roar to Success.
It could be to everybody, and then they get the social hall.
So we could give them, we could give them all that topic and they could come up with different things and do it as like, two like co-facilitators.
What if we hosted an event like as a department and they were the facilitators of these things? So maybe they broke up into small groups as the facilitators and rotated through who facilitated at each like time
Table
point.
or something.
I think we just have to figure out, because in theory, there would be 60 students.
Right.
If they're co-facilitating, that would be 30 groups. If there's 3 of them facilitating together, it would be 20 groups. So
It's a lot of groups.
They could do a table.
Yeah.
Like, in conferences where they have the tabling events where they would have like a little like plaque on the table stating what they would be talking about, and the students come in and they go to the table that has whatever they're interested in, and the students do it like in 2s or 3s.
but I think like,
That would be 30 tables or whatever.
yeah, but I don't know that, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like, I think tabling would be more about like engagement. And
That's not what I mean. So like you can go to a table at a conference, and at that table, the discussion they're presenting information about, so they might be doing their group facilitation on self-care, right? That table or a couple of tables have self-care on it, and students who are interested in self-care or teachers or whoever sit at that table. So there might be 10 people at that table with 2 or 3 of our students giving the workshop on self-care. But there are multiple tables, so there's some different options that people have.
yeah, so I think it sounds like this one we need to do a little bit more exploring on.
I mean, one option too is to reach out to whoever's in charge of Weigel to find out if they have any, they don't have any social work students placed at Weigel. Like, I don't know where Weigel is and what it's doing, I don't know where it is, but I mean,
Oh,
what I mean, yeah, not literally where, but what I mean is like, for the longest time they were doing remote only. So I know that they're open and they are taking people walk in. So the question is there anything that our students might, is it possible for our students to come in and shadow, the MSWs that are working there and follow them through like assessment to engagement? I mean, assessment to interaction, to intervention. If whoever the student is that they're shadowing gives them permission, of course, right? Like, is there a way for them to see it in action being done? Now we're going to assume that, as opposed to, okay, and then the second part of that is, I mean, is there a way for them to, is Weigel available to work with them around setting up student, because they're always doing something for the students, whether it's, I don't know, like I want to say yoga, but it's not, but like they do stuff around the end of the semester, they do around study habits, they do it around, I don't know, different things. That is there a way for, granted we have 60 students, but I'm just trying to think about it in those terms, like, but we don't know the information about them. So that certainly would be the first step is.
Right.
I think it's Charlene Better who heads up
Oh, yeah,
the
sure.
counseling section of, and I think she has a lot to do with those programs.
Yeah.
So I think we can follow up with them, but and maybe some other agencies, depending on what Weigel says, right? But ultimately, we're all okay with them doing some type of group facilitation. Maybe it's a co-facilitation, and it's sort of a prevention education focus.
Yes.
And I mean, if, this may take a little while and we've got a little bit of time, because again, this is
Yeah.
a spring class. And if we really can't, let's see what we can try to make happen,
Yeah.
right? Like,
So then I think that I don't know if there's other assignments that people have suggestions about.
um,
I'm just, me, I'm like mindful of the time here.
yes, I know.
And or any, I don't think we talked about for the last class either, like if there's any readings that anyone would want the students to do,
Mhm.
that we would want to include for 340 or for 350, just to make sure we note those.
Right.
I don't
I-
think the policy, is a policy brief really this is intervention
Social work in action.
in action.
Social work in
So-
action.
Oh, yeah, it is, okay.
Yep.
I
That's
for the policy brief, we could do something where we partner with different agencies where the students pick an issue that would be important to that agency.
We have to remember that students don't all have cars.
Yeah.
They didn't have to go to the agency.
Oh,
They could do Zoom,
Um,
or they could call somebody. I mean,
I really think that this advocacy practice assessment hits it. I don't think we need a policy.
so we don't know what that is. You have to help us understand what that is. Like you keep referring to it, and it sounds like it's really cool, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
I don't have any idea what you're
So
talking
with
about.
with
Give me an example of how you used it with the students.
Okay, so I had them watch Half the Sky. I had them watch like Somaliland or
Whatever, they
it
watch a
was, doesn't
movie.
matter.
Okay,
And then they had to state who a client was in that movie.
okay,
They had to list tasks that a client needed to do
okay,
to help remedy their situation. Then there's short-term outcomes. What will these tasks, like, how will this help the client?
uh-huh,
Then the medium-term outcome is how this will like it goes one step further, how it'll go to a deeper level with the student. And the long-term outcome would be, or not the student, the client. The long-term outcome would be, how is this going to impact their life? And that goes towards social justice. Like, so by doing this, you're showing on a micro level one kind of change that impacts social justice related outcomes. So say if the social justice issue was this person, I'm sorry, I'm going to bring up a difficult topic, was raped. So their tasks are that they need to go to do, like, to the police to make a report and do these things. Then the short-term outcome of that with the person would be prosecuted for the rape. And then the medium outcome would be that client felt like they received justice for the action taken against them. The long-term outcome would be that they are successful in navigating the justice system, and they can then go and share with other people how to go through that. And the ultimate social justice related outcome would be people in that area would not be raped anymore. That's just for one person, but then you have resources. So who is this person going to be relying on for help? So say it's their family members and they have tasks. Their tasks are to support this person through this process, but also be talking to their neighbors about, we know other people in the area are going through this too. How can we assist you through this process too? And then it goes to the short-term outcomes, medium-term outcomes, long-term outcomes, with the ultimate goal of there will be a reduction in rape in this area. And then it goes through different agencies that would help them. So it wouldn't just, so outside of the family, okay, and outside, maybe it's the social worker plans events that will be informing these environment or the community on this is a problem in the community, this is how we're getting needs met, and the ultimate outcome of that will be how to reduce rape in the area. And then the final one might be, say, the school system or the police system. These changes need to be made in the police system so that prosecutions go through correctly. And we want you to be performing like different kinds of promotional events in the community to improve access to the judicial system, and with the ultimate outcome being reducing rape in the area. So it goes from client to family to organization to, so it incorporate, and the social worker, so it incorporates it all together, so you're working as a group with the same ultimate goal.
And the piece that we would need to add to that, because that's not in there, are the just practice
Absolutely,
concepts,
yeah.
because there's a lot of reasons why people might not report. I'm using your example.
Absolutely.
So that might be, you know,
I would also want to like maybe we can take that framework, Kim, but use it to apply it to like an actual like real person in real life here in Buffalo or on campus.
Yes, absolutely. Like the people who were just shot at Tops. I mean, you take the current event or whatever, you know, different things that are currently happening here, and you can say to that. Like you could say, if I use that as an example, it would be like the spouse of the person who was just killed, right, as the client, and then it might be
Are you
area that's a desert,
well, the reason why they were targeted is because they were Black. So,
but
you know,
that's
you
the
have,
social
I know,
justice
but
issue.
yeah, but that's the beauty of just practice,
Right.
is it starts with the individual. You,
But this is the.
No, I know, but
okay, let me be
it's a
quiet.
broader concept.
Okay,
So social justice isn't at the end.
okay,
Social justice starts at the beginning.
okay,
That's the reason why we've adopted this
right.
model. So if we were to use this idea, which is a good idea, but apply it, take what
Take just practice and plop it on.
you
top.
have to infuse this like structure, but use the just practice framework,
Yes,
because that's why we're doing this, and it's integrated in that way.
yeah,
And then the other piece is, for example, Jess, we could take a person, like, I don't know, I'm thinking of a couple of DV profile cases. I don't know what you were thinking.
No, I guess I just
Or
I want the student, whatever assignments we have the students do, I think if we can base them in like current real world.
Yeah.
And not just like, you know, like I understand, you know, what just happened in the community. I don't think it would be appropriate
Well,
for
no,
our students to go and interview a spouse of someone that was killed.
you're right.
But is there a group of people that our students could use this framework, make sure that it's aligned with just practice, and then go and do it? So it sounds like Kim, it would be helpful if maybe you shared that framework with everyone.
okay,
And then as we're working on it over the summer, maybe we can start to explore, like, are there agencies, or how would this fit in with the just practice model, or like, right, and sort of dig deeper on that.
yeah, I think it would work very well with like into using this as a framework and then integrating the just practice concepts into the way they organized it. It's supposed to be kind of like a case note on how they're doing it globally, sort of.
Okay.
Plan. So, yeah, and I'm thinking like homeless individual, I don't know. People who,
So then, does this fall under one of the assignments that are listed under the SLOs for assessments? Or would this be an additional assignment? I'm just trying to understand where
No, I know, I just understand what you're saying. So we have, there's an intervention paper, there's a file, there is a group facilitation self-assessment. This is where they would have done like, and when we were first thinking about this, we were pulling assignments from different courses. So that group self-assessment is one of the assignments that they did in 422, for example. The intervention paper, I'm guessing and the follow-up interview, that might have been the micro interview they did in intervention. Do you know what I'm saying? And then group evaluation. So some of these these papers, these assignments, looking at them now, I think they need to be like,
Updated,
what's that?
like they need to be updated. I guess I would
Yeah,
just ask
I think they do need to be updated.
from Kim's perspective, would they fit under? Could they which one of these assessments would they replace then? Like, would it be the intervention paper? Would it be the
Well,
Sophia
think-
note? Like,
it depends on how you want to look at it. I think it's just showing them how to go from micro to meso to macro and how they're all interconnected. So if you want to put that as an intervention, I think it's just, I don't think it's I think it goes more.
I wonder if that
It's an
really goes
assessment.
more in 340 than
Yeah,
350.
I think it's assessment.
And I think that whatever is the source of the information, because it's not really an intervention per se, it's
No,
really
it's a plan.
assessment. It's the plan. So I think we take this idea and think about it for 340, interjecting, it has to be integrated with just practice, and then thinking how we would do that. Does that make sense to everybody? I think this is more of a,
yeah,
I
Yeah.
think this is more assessment in 340 than 350. Now that we're talking this through.
I think that that helps, because I guess I was not really clear on like where it would fit in this class, but saying that it probably doesn't fit in this class is super helpful. And it helps it make more sense then, because
Yeah.
I was like trying to take Kim's square peg and fit it into the round hole of this class. And I'm like, okay, so then where do we plug it in? So plugging it into the assessment class makes more sense to me.
Mhm.
So that's, yeah.
So the intervention class has more of activities that were more hands-on in some of our methods courses.
Mhm.
So for example, the group self-assessment, the intervention, this was micro and meso. There's the intervention program development paper.
So I think the macro was doing a policy brief.
Oh, was it? Okay. Oh, yep, there it is. Does anybody remember what the intervention program development paper was about?
The intervention.
I think that was supposed to be like within an agency, like a meso level. You're working at a domestic violence shelter and the kids are all little badasses. So the agency designs a program to provide counseling to the kids. So they're developing that program.
Okay.
I think that's what that was. I don't know if that's in 419 or some other class. Kim, do you do that in 419? Or maybe it was from 320, but
Tell me what it was again.
Intervention program development paper.
Like
I
design
used to do
program.
that, but I took it out of, it was in 429, where I had them create, like, do an assessment of a population that was immigrating or being coming to the United States as a refugee and seeking asylum here, and then creating a culturally sensitive program to address the needs of that population.
So maybe that's where, I don't know. Kathy, I mean, these were so,
I just don't remember it.
yeah,
I mean, I know that, you know, what's here in terms of, I can see what we did was we pulled some of the, you know, the 424 assignments are in here, you know, and you could also like, you could build in and take some of the things that they did in 424 and put them here. Like the hands-on experience developing a psych education group, which we're talking about expanding that, if possible, to actually facilitating a real group. The
So-
advantage of doing it in the program is you've got a built-in, if we don't have enough, if we can't find a way for, I'm just saying 60 students, but it could be 45, who knows how many students we're gonna have. By then. My brain just stopped. You know, I'm not sure where to go with this. If we're gonna try to do something outside the classroom, which would be great, that's gonna take some, and maybe we kind of put a moment on hold until we have a chance to talk to Charlene and kind of get a sense of what might be available there. Explore USG or, yeah, USG. If those don't work, the backup plan would be using the class and simulating the group. Because it does work.
so the group facilitation, oh no, is that in this? Sorry, I moved on to 400. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they could do the program development paper to prepare them. Was this, maybe the program development paper was from group?
The preparation for group worksheet was from group,
Okay,
and the
They-
group facilitation self-assessment.
maybe the program they develop uses a group worksheet so that they can then facilitate the group that they developed.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan.
So we need to do some additional sort of reaching out this summer to connect with some of these folks to see. And
Yeah,
if not Weigel, then identifying maybe some other places on or near campus.
and if we can't, we
Sure.
can fall back on doing the group facilitation in using the students that are in the class.
Sure.
Because it works. I mean, it does. It's not the same thing as working with people outside your class, but they describe it as this closest, up until now, that's the closest hands-on thing they have. So let's talk to some of these people outside to see, like, maybe we're able to work with Weigel, maybe they're able to come in and shadow. You know, the MSWs doing what they do. I know it's not BSW work, but they can see how the skills are being used, and then we can see if there's a way for them to, I don't know, do some kind of simple educational thing.
I think if they end up doing, they can't do it there, or they end up doing it in the classroom or whatever, I think the policy brief could be an additional opportunity for them to do some stuff with a community partner. For example, one student maybe reaches out to Push Buffalo, one student reaches out to Planned Parenthood, one student reaches out to, I don't know where, and then they choose a policy that would be beneficial for that agency, and they do a policy brief on that, but it's somehow connected to that community agency.
Or Or they could find, just throwing this out there, they
Yeah.
could find different policies that are related to college students, like reducing,
Yeah.
cost of college or whatever. Write up a policy brief and hand it out on campus.
Yeah.
Okay,
just-
so we have,
I'm just trying to think of ways to like engage the community, like,
Right.
No, I understand. I think this one has some work that,
I think
so,
we need to pay attention to how much we're asking them to go out into the community for each class for a semester, because a lot of them also have jobs and families and all sorts of things, and this takes a lot of extra time, and not all of them have transportation, and sometimes I just like collectively as a whole looking at it.
yeah, I don't think that they need to leave campus to be
Okay.
able to do that. I mean, they could
No.
go on Planned Parenthood's website, see what they're all about, find a policy that relates to them,
Okay.
and then,
I think we need to warn the agencies in the community too, that they might be inundated with phone calls.
I don't.
well, I think that, I think that part of doing a policy brief is learning how to collect information without, first of all, they're gonna be, I don't know that they're necessarily aren't gonna get on the phone and call people.
Okay, I'm
I
just,
mean, they have a ton they will probably text before they call.
right,
So, but they need to be able to, even if they go to like Push Buffalo and look at what does that agency do and whatever, and then they could go, oh, well, okay, so what might be,
you mean research? online?
research and do their, I think they could do online research as well if
Okay.
keep in mind that we obviously, these courses are going to grow and develop over time, and we don't, like the most important thing right now is to think about what's reasonable and what skill sets do they need to be developing, because remember, they don't have any,
Right,
you know what I mean, like,
I'm just thinking of the whole courses, all of the courses that we're creating. We have juniors and seniors who we want them to go out into the community, which is a really, really good thing. However, it can be positive by the way that we also reach out to the community to let them, like, to have an open dialogue with the community about, as from the professor standpoint, about what they need, how they need it, how much, all of that stuff, because we'll have we'll have seniors and juniors, so that's like 120 students.
no,
No?
junior year, it's 60 students.
And
These
senior
are
year,
all junior classes we're talking about right now.
I know that's what we're talking about right now. I'm talking about the whole thing as to the whole curriculum development together includes seniors.
Yeah, but we haven't gotten to them yet.
I know, I'm saying, I'm looking at it from a bird's eye view, the whole curriculum development, we're gonna have juniors and seniors like moving into the community all at once for their assignments throughout the semester, and we need to prepare the community for that.
Okay. I think I see it a little differently, but that's okay. Because the only thing they're going out in the senior year, we haven't gotten to 400 yet,
Right.
is field.
So everything else is really done in the classroom, and they're not doing all sorts of like.
Well, there's 497, which is the portfolio project and
Right.
the ProStar. So
So when we're talking about these things, there's just more like background work. They're not really
no,
going.
they're in, Kim, these classes that we're talking about right now
Yeah.
are in the junior year.
I understand that. So
So when you say 100, let's just say 120 students going out there, 60 of them are going into field placement.
yes,
That's where
that's
they're
not
going.
what I'm talking about. I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding the assignments, because I hear like we're gonna reach out and do stuff with the assessment with the school, with SLP. We're gonna be doing group intervention, like.
We don't know
intervention.
about that yet. Yeah.
Right. We're gonna be doing all these things, like with reaching out to different organizations, and I just am not sure for some reason, when you're saying that, I'm thinking they're going there, talking to people, and then coming back to do their assignment. That's not what you mean?
I think it
I'm looking at it from all the classes, not just what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, Kim, it depends on the assignment in the class.
Okay,
But I don't know that we're, like, keep in mind that we used to send students out and we used to have at least 3 sections of intro
right.
and 301 that were full. So
But we had contracts with all those agencies and they all knew ahead of time.
right, and so when we talked about, for example, social work 230, we talked about how we would create a list and we would have a conversation with those agencies and the students would have to choose from specific agencies about that.
Okay.
And
Then,
and those agencies most likely are connected to the, civic engagement.
okay, then I'm just overthinking.
I don't know, well, I don't know, maybe you weren't here. I'm not sure at what point you came in, so maybe you weren't here when we had that conversation.
No, but that's okay. I just wanted to
but-
make sure.
Yeah, so I think it's a good point. I think we need to
You need to be aware of it. You're right. I
we
just,
need to have conversations with these agencies and make sure that they are aware of what the students might be asking them to do, and we need to be aware that we're not overburdening our students. I think that like it's also helpful to keep in mind that like we just talked about 340 and 350, for example. Those are the only 2 courses that the students are taking in their spring semester junior year. They're
Okay.
not taking
Oh, that's right.
4 or 5 classes.
Yes.
So that also will help, right? So
Mhm.
but yeah, I think we definitely would need to have follow-up conversations with the agencies and stuff. Are there any
This is a quick reference. That's all.
Are there any readings that anyone about intervention that anyone thinks?
I have some for macro, but not that, I don't know, would fit right now.
If you have specific readings that you about intervention on the macro level that you would want included, let us know.
Just email them to us. Okay.
And then we'll put them in.
And the book that's got that framework, Kim?
Yeah.
The advocacy book, make
Right.
sure that we've got that. And
I
maybe
have that.
you could even like scan it and send it to us.
I just not emailed it to you.
You did? Oh,
I emailed you the photos.
oh, you did? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, great. That's perfect. All right, so 350, which, interventions is always meaty. So, I think these are all really good as we're building this to take into consideration what you guys are talking about, which is the, student burden, any burden on the student and burdens on the agencies. Because, agencies are very busy and they don't, our students aren't going to get it. They're not going to get an appointment with the executive director or the CEO to talk about this stuff. So they need to be prepared to do their own little digging.
Mhm.
And that is part of, that's part of a skill that they need to learn how to do research.
Right.
All right, so can we move on to 400? Everybody?
Good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Nope, not doing it.
Yeah, I hear that opposition in your voice there, Jessica. So
Not doing
let's pull up 400.
So for 400, obviously, as far as trainings, we're gonna have them do the city training.
Yep.
And then this class is in the fall, but we could have them do essentially their entire poster project, maybe.
Yeah,
And even print their poster, but they just wouldn't present it until the spring
right.
at the student research conference. So,
Which is nice because it takes pressure off 497.
Yeah.
Like it moves because we didn't really, we didn't have the structure in that way. You see where that this just really helps. And so
Yes.
they would be working like we we had them do an oral presentation on their research, but they could do that as well. And then they could do get ready to tweak all of this and get it ready for the creativity forum in the spring.
Yeah.
I want to,
Yes, Amy?
I want to work out some of these assessments a little bit more.
Want to do what?
Work out some of these assignments, basically, a little bit more. I think that we need to build in more evaluation of practice and process evaluation.
I think it should all be practice.
But
Completely.
yes, but a literature review paper is not that.
So what do you think?
So I'm thinking that although we need to have places where they do a deeper dive into literature and struggle with the information that they're reading and actually read the information and apply it. I think that we need to do assignments that are very purposeful on the application portion of the evidence. So first off, how do we gather the evidence? How do we analyze the evidence? And then how do we apply that evidence to the work that we are doing, whether at the micro, meso, or macro level?
Okay.
And
I
I
mean,
think that
I think the literature, we've got it down here, whatever the
we have
literature
the
written.
literature review paper, the literature analysis.
I know,
review
but those,
chart,
we
review
left,
paper.
that literature review paper can be,
Right,
we can redesign that however we want. The literature analysis could not necessarily be a table, it could be something else.
right. I just want to make it clear that this is not just a new name for research.
No,
I want it to be evidence-based practice, which is a skill set. And I think that we really need to work on that process. And not that we need to do it at this moment in time, but I just felt the need to say that.
okay, that's good. I am gonna say, whatever we do, we need to get them to write.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because
I think
one
the writing is very crucial to this.
Yeah,
But I think that the outcome of the writing needs to be different than
I agree.
our current outcomes
Oh, I
of
agree.
literature reviews.
I agree. You're
I'm
not getting an
arguing with
argument
you.
from me.
I'm not actually arguing. I felt the need to say these words.
I kind of want to see you two arm wrestle.
So we'd have to argue about something though.
Mark, Kim, and I are gonna take bets on who would win.
I don't know.
Oh,
it's-
that would be hard.
I know, Amy's pretty strong, I don't know.
I know.
So I think that, and Amy, if you want to work with me on that, or anyone else wants to work with me on, you take the lead.
Yeah,
work with you.
I'm busy that day.
What's that?
I'm busy that day.
See how you are? But I do think that two things, regardless of what the literature review analysis looks like, and obviously there'll be activities in the course. Like there should be, we're gonna take what they learned and have been using in 201, 330, and 340, and 350. And this is gonna be by the time they get here, after being prepped, their experience of doing this work is going to be very different than it is.
Because we're not spending
Now.
the time in this course teaching intro to APA. How
Right.
do you look for articles?
Right.
What does reading an article look like?
Right.
They are
Already have
now here with that, and we're moving
Deeper.
deeper into the application process. rather than the remedial.
Right.
And not necessarily remedial, but like introductory.
Yeah.
Here is the
'Cause
library.
They've already been introduced, it's been reinforced, this is really where they're gonna show mastery.
Right.
Really, in a lot of ways. But I do think that preparing the poster presentation
Mhm.
and getting their poster ready to go. Because they won't be able to, Jessica, I don't think they're gonna be able to print it in the fall. I think they're gonna have to wait until the spring when research creativity for students is happening.
They can print it anytime they want.
Oh, can they? Okay.
That print shop never
Yeah.
closes.
I had a bunch of them printed theirs this spring. You know, for their
Yeah.
little poster for the
I think
497.
I think the only difference, I guess, Kathy, is that they do give a discount for the conference.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The students would
Oh.
have to write an abstract to submit for the conference, and they would have to include that abstract on their poster. But I guess my thought is that those can be components of this course, so that when they get to 497,
Oh, it's done. Yeah.
Yeah.
and
No,
it's
I guess I was just,
presentation.
yeah, I guess I was just saying, it gets all set to go. It's all in the can, ready to go.
right,
And then in the spring, in 497, which I'm starting to write on, they apply to the Research and Creativity Forum and they print their poster.
Yeah.
Um,
That makes sense.
And then they go to the forum. That would be
Good.
my thought, the sequence of events. And then we'll take a look at the, I mean, this is gonna be a fun class. By the time they get to this class and they have to do all this, their attitude about research methods is gonna be very different than it is today, because we will have given them the time and the support to really enter this like
Right.
evidence-based world. Right?
Yep.
That they have to understand. And research doesn't necessarily mean diving into literature in the library. It could be finding out about agencies.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, it's all of that. So,
Well, in the process of evidence-based practice is something that I think that we can actually impart on our students throughout this course,
yeah.
so that they're not walking away just with the, well, I still hate research, but they're walking away empowered to understand how, not only how things work, but how, yes, that's what I found out. But like how to, like how to apply this within all levels of social work.
And I'm gonna put a plug in for really helping them understand that case management is an evidence-based practice.
So I think that one of the big things about this course is teaching the difference between EVP with capital letters and EVP
With little
with
letters.
little
Yep.
letters, and what the difference is between being an evidence-based practitioner and evidence-based practices.
Right.
And I think once we really like lay that foundation, that our students are going to, yeah, they're not necessarily going to be perfect at it, but they're going to be able to, I think, at least speak clearly, possibly even understand their role in the process of practice at all levels. And the role of not just going with your gut or the easiest thing or what you did with everybody else, and how to do individualized, interventions and treatment plans and everything, not just taking, here's a checklist, let's just go with it.
Right.
But here is how we determine, how do we work with this person, this agency, or this community that is directly in front of me right now. which also lends to cultural competence. It also lends to all these things that we claim to value as social workers, including social justice. So I think that evidence-based practice is a very close connection with the just practice model.
Yes, yes.
And so that also, I think, is going to help us overcome the hurdle of not just looking at theory, but looking at this specific model of just practice to interpret what our action steps are.
And I just thought of this, when we're talking about assessment, and when we're talking about whether it's evidence-based practice or whether it's intervention or something like that, one of the things that we did talk about, and I don't know where we stick this, or is that doing an assessment of an agency based on just practice framework, doing an assessment, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's apply it. I'm not saying you have to go and meet with the executive director and say, you guys are really not just, that's not the point. It's just that, what do you know about this agency? Where did you get your information? What does it say? And how is this fit? Like, because that's one of the things that they're going to be asked to do. Hopefully in their field, is to be looking at their agencies that they're in and doing that analysis in their head.
What if part of that process is that they have to call 211 to find out about agencies that work with like a specific population or something like that, so that they could experience the
No one answered. That's what the students tell me.
but that's part of it though,
Right?
So because that's the process, if you need help, you need a connection, call 211. So if they call 211 and then they have the experience,
Right.
that builds towards the wait. From a
Exactly.
just practice model, we say that this is the process you're supposed to follow, but here are all the roadblocks that you hit. Now you're doing this for a class project. It's not because you're suicidal, you are about to lose your home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it kind of takes us to that bigger macro lens of how does this work? So if we make them start there and then build,
It's a good idea.
we could really get people fired up.
Right.
Because once they start to act, once they start to personally experience the ick,
Yeah.
I think they start to
Get it.
they
Light the
start
fire.
to get the fight.
Yeah.
They start to understand why they need to fight.
And I think that was one of the things that in the feedback from the students, and I thought this was really poignant, they said by the just practice and like putting the social justice and the intersectionality, like those courses in the front end, they said it helps us understand, the what.
Yeah.
Before we have to start talking about, what to do, like what is it versus the how. And I thought that was a really good piece of feedback that we really haven't, we just made some huge assumptions
Right.
about that. Like, oh, we tell you that it's this is social justice is a good thing and discrimination is bad and oppression is bad. So, okay, let's leap over that without spending a lot of time, really. I mean, we've given lip service to it, we talked about it, but I don't think we've let them really understand it at a fundamental level. So then when we came to, so what are you going to do about it? They're still struggling with what is it?
What is it? Right.
So I thought that was really good. Are we okay to move to 497?
I think so.
I think so.
Yes. Absolutely.
Jessica's must have gone to,
No,
done
no,
a,
I'm laying down now, so I turned my camera off. But
oh, Jess, are you starting to feel crappy?
I think it's all this talk about research. So
Yes, we won't make you do it.
I guess I don't know that there's a point in asking this, because I think that we're gonna just kind of agree to let Amy and Kathy work on this, but if there's any readings that anyone wants us to include, on the syllabus for this class.
Yeah,
And send them out.
We will do that.
That's super adorable.
And for 497, one thing I want to sort of revisit that ties into this class is we talked about possibly doing the portfolio digitally, which I think we should do.
Yes.
yes.
One of the components to that would be to start it, we would want them to start it sooner. And so do we have them start it in intro? Do we have them start it in 201? Because 201 is for majors only. Where do we have them start that? And then one of the things when we were talking about this, we had talked about possibly having them do some type of journal where they would do some type of journal when they're freshmen, maybe an intro, and then they can, it's sort of like an ongoing journal over 4 years, or for a
Mhm.
transfer student over 2 years.
Mhm.
And it was somehow connected to the portfolio. And so I just wanted to mention that. I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't do that, but I'm just sort of revisiting that.
I love the idea of them journaling. Like, look, I'm not a big journaler, really, I'm not. But in fact, I've tried a couple journals, but I have done journaling around a particular time. So when I went to Ukraine, I journaled while I was there, both times. And when I go back and I read it, and I read sort of my experiences of it, it's really both, it's a powerful experience. So if you're a social work major, maybe we don't start you journaling in 101, because let's say you take 101, you think, oh my gosh, social work is not for me. I want to go be criminal justice or something. I'm chemistry. But I wonder if in starting in 201 as part of their self-reflection, it makes sense to start there, because it's part of the professional skill to be self-reflective.
And maybe we use instead of here's a formal textbook, maybe we use a novel or a short book that is of someone who is doing that, who it like a reflective piece. Like, I'm not saying we should use this book, but like Man's Search for Meaning, or like stories along those lines of people who are reflecting on their experiences and their lives, so that students understand that we're not looking for them to just be like, I did this, it was the assignment, here's my assignment, this is what I did. But so that they can connect to, what does reflection really mean? What does it look like? And it can give us some like jumping off points for lots of conversation.
That's a good idea.
Mhm.
So let me ask this then. Is there space in 201 to do that and have that conversation? And then to also, I think if we're going to do a digital portfolio, I think that also needs to start in 201. And we can talk about how to do that. The book recommends that the students basically create a website, which there's so many like free website platforms that they can use. And one of the components is a resume, which on there they should include any, whatever volunteer work they did in 230 should go on there. Maybe their social action project in 302 would go on there. But then now they've got a resume and they continue to build on it. And their resume is part of their digital portfolio in the end. So I guess and doing the resume is already part of 201's course, but is there enough time in 201 for them to do I guess, to like start building this digital portfolio?
I think there might be, Jessica. I mean, I think that they could be introduced to the concept of the digital portfolio. They could be, maybe we have one that we've mocked up so they can see what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like, the elements of it. They could start working on it. They should have it by the time they move into 330. I mean, maybe, we need to make sure that in 330, they have created their website. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes, I
between-
guess, I mean, maybe we need to think about this summer.
Like how to build the portfolio into each of the classes starting in 201.
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
that
like sort of,
they're clear throughout their courses that we're building towards that.
right.
yeah,
And then it addresses that issue of them, they said they didn't have enough time, yet they all seem to somehow pull it together and do great on their assignments. So I don't really buy into that feedback a whole lot. I think they were just having senioritis and
Mhm.
didn't want to do the work. And so they were like, oh, we needed more time to procrastinate before we had to get this done. But they got it done and did a great job. I think maybe looking at the book about digital portfolio, I don't know that we necessarily have to do it the same way that it talks about it in the book with all the same components, but maybe we should spend some time this summer for folks, who are around, looking at what our digital portfolio might look like, maybe what we would want it to include, how we could sort of integrate it into each of those classes. And maybe there's a component of the digital portfolio that could be piloted next year. I don't know if I'm pushing my luck.
I think you are. I think you are. But, I'm not saying that we couldn't try it. I
Yeah.
also think, I think Huka College uses digital portfolios.
Yeah.
In their social work program. So I was seeing if I could just.
Yeah, I guess, Kathy, for next year, maybe it doesn't have to be like this full-on thing that we would expect them to have as if they've been building it for the past 4 years or 3 years or whatever.
Right.
But instead of them turning in binders with
Oh, I agree.
50 pages,
I see what you're saying.
they could create a website that has, a menu bar, and you click on competency 1 in the menu bar, and that has their write-up, and then you click on competency 2 and it has their write-up, and then at the end it has a link with their resume that you click on. So just to start to sort of maybe work through some issues they might run into with technology,
Yeah.
which, then also them doing this digitally, it really, there's the social work and technology component that CSWE wants us to be doing. So
Yeah.
that's a nice. Are you looking at Kayuka?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I am. I somehow.
No, it's okay. So
I
mean, maybe we reach out to them this summer as well and see what do they do? Do they use that book? Are they doing something completely different? What does it look like? I think that carrying the binders everywhere, bringing paper, printing paper, killing trees, like.
Well, if we know how to make that happen, you're right. We could, if we can work on that this summer and give them some preliminary stuff, they could create, we could talk to Tanya and 496 and say, here's the information. Like, maybe they could start building it. Like, if they get the information immediately in 497 right up front, that this is what they'll be asked to do. I mean, if it could be introduced in 496 and then they could build it.
I mean, Kathy, it literally takes like 15 minutes to
Oh,
create.
okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to do. Then, I think they would be happy to do it. because they don't want to print things. They don't,
No.
they don't want to
Right.
haul
It's
stuff
a waste of
around.
money.
And then the other piece is that it makes it a lot easier for us to look at their material.
Yeah, because then we can do it from home, and we can all do it all at the same time. We can be looking at,
Yeah,
The same people.
same people.
whoever's comp one all at the same time.
Yep,
Um,
yep. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, if we write it all up and we have a mock-up that they can see, I mean, I think they will be able to manage it.
I think the social problems review assignment, I think they did that in 496 this year, but this same group of students did the exact same assignment in 301 with Amy and Jim. So this was they did it twice. They got to do the same assignment twice. It would be interesting to see if they remembered that they did it in 301 and submitted the same thing, or if they picked a completely different topic or what, but
So this is remember, this is a 497. This is our capstone for the new program,
right.
not what we're currently doing. So we do need to slide over to that too. But if we think about this for the new program, does this still make sense? Do you know what I mean? Like, the capstone project oral presentation, that is the presentation of the portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just so we're clear on that.
I think that it still makes sense in here because
I do
they
too.
are starting the capstone basically in their first course. They're
Mhm.
they're not being expected to go back through, find all this information, put it together last minute. And even if they do put it together last minute, that's on them. That's not on us.
Mhm.
And I think it actually pulls this together as a capstone course to then have to take a topic on a social problem and apply their learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, where is it that they write their grant?
You're killing me. You're killing me.
That's in that when they take that advanced standing class
Yeah.
at UB over the summer.
you.
They do that. They do that there.
It's like,
That was the most straight-faced apply grant.
I know, man.
ever.
I had to
I
go.
was scared for a second.
I was like, wait a minute,
I
let me
thought
put my
Kathy
glasses
I
on.
thought Kathy was. Oh, that was good, Mark. That was good.
You're killing
Oh
us,
my
Mark.
gosh.
You're killing us, man. Where's your kitten? Where is your kitten?
He's right. He's been laying right by my feet this whole time.
Oh, well, when do we
Such a
get to see
peach.
him? Wake him up.
I
What is
know.
that?
He's gonna.
He's looking at me like, don't touch me, Dad. Don't.
I will scratch.
His ears are up. He knows. He knows.
Oh,
I give the side eye.
is it? It's like,
Yeah.
we call that the stink eye in our house. It's like, uh-oh, getting the stink eye. So I think that, we've got, so the student research and creativity comp, that they will have that done. Right? Like, because it's gonna get completed
In the semester before.
the semester
400.
before and 400. This is just doing the actual research community, the forum.
Right.
That's it.
So that's a 1-day event.
Yeah.
The capstone project is a 1-day presentation. They're going to be pulling together their reflection portions of the capstone project
Mm-hmm.
during this time frame.
Yeah.
And then the social problem review assignment, which is the big application assignment, I think that comes towards the end of the semester. And I would say maybe we even open up those presentations to our juniors.
I think the social problem review assignment should be due before spring break. because when,
Are we doing
when
the capstone after spring break?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
Are we doing capstone after spring break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I would do the capstone, like maybe the last 2 weeks of classes. We'd have to see how
Mhm.
many students we have and stuff. Cause that has to be done during the actual
Yes.
class time,
Mhm.
which,
yeah. They,
it has to be done during class time. So it's gonna take a while to get through all of them. And if that's like the last 2 weeks of the semester, depending on how late spring break falls, we would want that social problem review out of the way. But that's really their only other like big assignment that they're doing.
And they have a case
Yeah.
management written assignment.
Oh, I don't know what that is. What is that,
Me
Mark?
neither. What is
Written
that?
assignment?
Go for it, Kathy.
You don't look at me. I have no idea what that is.
I don't either.
I don't know what that
Case
is.
management written-
And I don't know what the lifelong learning written assignment is either.
So the lifelong learning written assignment, I think, was a component, part of the component that we added as sort of like the 10th section of the portfolio. Like, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? How are you going to
Oh, yeah. Yep.
we called it the lifelong learning.
Yep. Yeah. I
And it's
remember
part of
now.
the portfolio, I think.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Maybe I wonder if the case management assignment is something from 496.
I don't think so. I don't.
Kathy, what's number 1 and 2? Are there other assignments under 1 and 2 for the SLOs?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, let's roll up and see. And we have the in-class ethics activity, lifelong learning assignment, written capstone project.
No, then
That would be their digital portfolio, capstone oral
Yeah.
presentation.
that's fine.
That's their, again.
So- what's the SLO for the formulate a micro level case management plan? Like that's very specific. I feel like we wrote the SLO based on the assignment. Formulate a micro
Am I
level.
just not seeing that word?
Under number 7 on the left-hand side, lower left corner.
Boy, I don't remember. I
I
do
know.
not remember. This
It
is
was like so long ago that we did these.
You know, I wonder if what we were thinking is, because when you go to number 6, it talks about engagement, assessment, intervention, termination, just practice, theoretical perspective. So I wonder if we were thinking that they would pull together a case management written assignment, they pull together using a client in their field. And they would do a just practice, soup to nuts, case management written report. That would be what I'm guessing. I think it's pretty amazing that we thought that, but I don't know. That's kind of what I'm putting together. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that maybe it was because the social problem assignment doesn't go into certain aspects, like when you scroll down, like the social problem assignment, I don't think talks about like life course development. And that's one of the things under 6. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I
don't
think.
remember.
I think
Like,
that
we wanted it to be comprehensive, so we needed to add another component, and that's what we added.
Yep. I think they could use either a client, student, or someone that they worked with, to the extent that they have that experience. They could pull together a case management, because we wrote case manager written assignment. That could be
Right.
a simple intake, or it could be more complicated than that. Using, attending to life development issues and applying just practice. That's
It
what
could
I
even
would.
be an in-class assignment like where they might interview a classmate and come up with a case management
Yep.
report based off of that interview.
Yeah,
Because we also have students from different life stages
Yep.
in our classes, so it wouldn't just be a 30-person repetition.
what do you guys think about that? I think there's flexibility either way.
Mm-hmm. I like that. I think
So
that's.
can we just remember that that's what we said we would do?
Well, Amy's gonna write it down in her list. Whatever you two just said, she's writing it down.
I mean, just look at, if you just look at 6, but I think that's what it was. And it does, you're right, it doesn't have to be a big deal. It could be interviewing, it could be doing an interview with I mean, to the extent that people feel comfortable sharing anything about their,
So
histories.
whenever I do an assignment like that, I tell the students when they're participating in it that in this process, we're doing a role play, and they do not have to play the role of themselves.
Right.
And that during that, and I think that that has allowed people to share and sometimes even share their reality without owning that as reality,
right.
and has really given other students a good learning opportunity
Yeah.
rather than just sitting there and staring at them.
But I think that the interview and conducting the assessment and using, applying just practice is really what I think we were trying to go for there. Because that has, now we have micro, meso, macro, we've got, I mean, it's truly a capstone now.
Yeah.
It's truly a
Finally,
capstone, finally.
right? Took like a
Oh,
while, but,
Finally.
right?
I was just gonna ask if Kim was in the room because I feel like I haven't.
Yeah, I'm
heard
paying
it.
attention. I'm just
I wanted to
listening
make sure
at
they
the
didn't.
moment because I am trying to take it all in.
I just wanted to make sure they didn't kick you out or anything.
No, no, no. I've been behaving myself.
No, not you, them.
Oh. Ha!
We're not. Are we okay with moving on?
Yes, that
Yeah,
sounds
I
good.
guess the only other thing I would ask is, are there any, Mark, like, what do you do for readings in 497 right now?
Well,
Nothing? All right,
uh,
good talk.
yeah.
No, I mean, I was gonna say, like, I don't know, like, maybe there should be some readings in here about like the importance of professional development, the importance of lifelong learning, just sort of like supporting the things that we want them to go off and do. But at this point, like, they're not learning new skills, they're not
Right.
learning new knowledge. So I don't think there would be a ton of readings, but I'm wondering if we can come up with some stuff that might be useful for them.
Maybe
I think that's a good
plan.
idea.
Like,
Yeah, that
Yes.
lifelong learning written assignment should be a plan for
Yeah.
how are you going to continue updating your skills.
Yeah,
Right,
or like
right, right.
wherever your plate, like wherever your work is, when you have a client that presents you with an issue that you're not sure how to deal with, how are you going to look information up to give you guidance and continue that, knowing that you probably will not have access to a university library. So that would probably be Google Scholar or a book or
Well-
talking to your.
Well,
You will
one
for
of
a
the
while.
things- One of the things that I teach in EVP at the graduate level is how to access scholarly information without the access of a
Good.
research library. And I think that we can definitely include that in 201 because a lot of our students don't fully ever engage with the library to begin with. So
Right.
if we aim them towards the places to go
Mhm.
that have scholarly literature, that have peer reviewed information, to begin with, those are things that they can just keep with them.
And Eugene Harvey even talks about like, public libraries.
Yeah,
Like,
Which
like,
is a huge thing that
it's a
I
huge thing,
go through the process. Possibly in 201, one of the things that they can
Get
do
a
is get a
library
library card.
right. Right. Oh, let's write that down.
Yeah, I was surprised at how many of our students, when I filled in, Kim, I have no idea what class it was that I filled in with the juniors. Oh, I
Oh,
don't-
423.
Right?
Sure, 423. When I was in 423, someone mentioned, I think like Brene Brown came up, and I said, oh, she just came out with a book, and one of the students was like, oh, who has time to read? And I said, well, just download it on your Libby app. And they were like, what? And so I went through this whole conversation about how the public library has an app and it has audiobooks and you can download them for free. And they were like, wait, I don't have a library card. How do I get that? And I was like, oh my goodness. So yeah, it was surprising to me how many don't have a public library card.
We just added that to 201.
And I think, that conversation about, I don't know if we might even have that conversation starting an intro. I feel like there's a couple slides that sort of talk about like what's a legitimate source.
Uh-huh.
So even maybe mentioning some of those other places, Amy, in intro, and then revisiting it as they go through the program would be helpful. But I guess for this class for 497, if anybody has readings that they think would be helpful for students as they are about to graduate, maybe some of them are geared towards like how to be successful in grad school. Maybe some of them are like how to be what to do at your first real job. Like, I don't know, but.
Well, so maybe some of these could be like job application, interview skill, readings.
Yeah.
Because
Good
even
idea.
if they do stuff with the Career Development Center, maybe they did it 4 months ago, things they can always be reminded
mhm.
about things.
And the Career Development Center is really, they've got, I think it's like all new people there. They're really willing to work with us to create department specific resources for our students. So I think that's something like in 201, we had talked about bringing the Career Development Center in. They're
Yep.
actually changing their name to the Career and Professional Engagement, Career and Professional something. But
Well, we talked about like, I know in one of our meetings that in 201, it also making sure that they know where the resources are for them. Whether it's Weigel, whether it's the tutoring center, because it's part of being a professional is asking for help.
what would be really fun for that, Kathy, is to have them do a scavenger hunt.
Ooh.
Oh. A scavenger hunt, and what would they do? They would pick up.
Would get there, they would have to go there, and then they would
have
take pictures of themselves at the location.
Yeah.
And then when they came back, they would have to answer questions about what they found at each of those locations.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't necessarily say like go to Weigel. You might say if you needed to, if you were struggling emotionally with like the stresses of college, you would go here. And then they have to figure it out, and put them
When
in.
they go to the local bar on the corner.
Right. Yeah. Put them into groups.
Yeah.
Maybe there's like 3 or 4 in a group, and they spend one, like it's an in-class activity. They spend one class
I think
period
that's a great idea.
wandering campus. They can take pictures with their cell phone. We can kind of create something and see what they come up with. I think that would be fun. It would be a fun way for them to learn it versus like
Yeah.
having someone from Weigel come and talk about the services they provide, you
Right,
know?
like, and also making them go and see a place makes it
Mhm.
more likely they're gonna actually go
Yeah.
to that place.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, if they just see it, someone comes and talks to you about something, you don't necessarily think, oh yeah, I'm gonna go there. People don't need to like know where they need to go and they're be less anxious about that.
True.
Well, and I think too, like you could ask questions that like they have to go on the website to answer, right? Like
Yeah.
what hours that is the writing center open, or how do you make an appointment with them, or
Yeah.
things like that. So they get used, the scavenger hunt could include like actually getting out and walking around campus, but also having to use their laptop or
Yeah.
phone or whatever
Yeah.
to get on their
That's a
website.
great idea. That's a great idea.
So Amy, write that down because I
Great.
won't remember it in about an hour and a half.
I already did. That's already right.
Sweet. So I think we're done with 400 then.
Oh, we're done with 400 and we're done with 497.
497. See, that's what happens when you.
But I do think for the spring, like just for a minute, let's go back to where we are today.
Yeah.
I think that for spring 2023, 497. Mark, we need to take a look at the syllabus for 497 because we're going to flip some things around.
Yes.
Because we don't have 400 to help them prepare the poster.
Right.
So
I think we should do the portfolio at the end and the poster right away in the beginning.
yeah, because if they do the poster in the beginning, then but they know that they've got to prepare the portfolio, then they can get that done because a lot of them did stuff in 317 that they could use. I mean, they could go back and do a more detailed approach to that.
Can I throw something out there? I know they do the social problem assignment right now in 496. So what if their poster was on that assignment, or would that be like too much of a duplication because they're getting graded on it in 496 and then doing a poster in 497, getting graded again?
Well, it depends on if you're asking them to create a poster on the assignment that they did in 496, or are you asking them to create a poster? I'm not sure what, like.
Well, I guess I don't really know what they had to do this semester for their post. Like, I don't know what the assignment is.
For this semester,
Yeah.
they just picked something that they were passionate about, an area, and then they did research about it and created, a research poster. They came up with excellent topics. I can tell you, they really did.
I know some of them borrowed from their.
They probably did.
See.
I know. We
Copied
saw.
and pasted.
Well, let me ask you guys this question then. Do we really need to do that assignment?
I don't think so.
So, like right now, is that really the hill we want to die on with them, so to speak? They've already done the presentation in 317. They did the research project. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is that if they do, I don't know, what are they, I don't know. What, Mark, just remind me, they're going to do the capstone, like, right? I mean, historic, like last year they did the posters, but didn't you have them also do a presentation?
Yes, they had to do a big, basically they did the same thing. They just didn't have a poster. They chose a topic that they were passionate about and they had to kind of really engage the class and make it exciting. And, and it was, I mean, people really liked it because they learned about stuff they wouldn't have ever even thought about before, probably.
Well, maybe, I don't know, you guys, maybe we let go of the poster project in 497. I mean, I love the idea of the poster project, but I'm just like, you've got poster project, you've got social problem, you've got portfolio, and you've got presentation.
Well, in 497, they're not, so are you talking about 497 next year or 497 new curriculum?
497 next year, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
497 next year, the social problem assignment is in 496.
Okay, well then ditch that.
So they don't have that. But I'm wondering, based on the student feedback, like a lot of the students said that they wish that there were more conversations about different, like I think at that point it's probably too late to start conversations about grad school, but like how to apply for jobs or which jobs they can apply for or what they can do now with their bachelors. And I don't know, I think it might be good to sort of revisit. They've got to have their resume done for the portfolio. We're gonna add that component. Can we sort of revisit like interviewing, how to do a job interview or how to find a job, how to do a job search where you're not just typing in social work and then getting a bunch of MSW jobs, but like how to actually do that job search, how to apply. Would that make sense? Because a lot of the seniors were asking for that. And Amy and I, definitely more so Amy, did like a jobs presentation with all the seniors in 429, but it's not something that's normally in 429. It was just because I was filling in for Kim. So can that be in 497 where we're sort of,
Well, I
Would
think we can. I think that's like a class. Like, you know what I mean? It's one class and I think,
Yeah. it's not the
and
whole-
and you could do it.
well, it could be,
You wait,
one
but-
class, but it could be like one class on interviewing and one class on finding jobs and one class on how to write a cover letter. And like, I think it could be more than one class if you wanted it to be.
Right.
I guess I'm thinking they're working on their portfolio, but they're not necessarily working on that in class, right? They're writing, if we extend it and we have the portfolio due at the end of the semester, then they really could just do one competency a week. So they're writing 2-3 pages every week. They're not doing that during class. So what are you doing during class?
right.
And I think it's those conversations about like, how are you going to be successful when you leave Buff State? And so that's why I'm thinking like maybe we do some of that job stuff in there or some of that. How do you prepare yourself for grad school?
I don't think it's too late to have the grad school conversation either.
No.
Because a lot of the, like UB's application isn't due until like what, I don't know, the second or third week in February.
And then
And then
they
they
often
March, and they
extend it to
extended
March.
it
And then they
to-
extended it. So I mean, I think that you could do grad school, you could do job, you could do preparation for grad school, you could do preparation for your
So
job. I mean, you
maybe-
could do a lot of that stuff. I do think that there needs to be something in there about like, how are we pulling this all together? I mean, that has been the age-old struggle with 497.
Yeah,
You know, like, okay, you're working on your portfolio. So what are we going to do about talking about that? Like, I really think that the portfolio conversations need to be had in 497.
and
That's the
you know
class-
what I
That's the
did
class that it's being assessed in. That's where the
Yeah.
conversation's not. I know it's going to spill over in whatever, in 429 and in 494, that I think it's really
Yeah.
important that, because part of it is the students were getting like agitated and confused and like I was hearing about it and I wasn't even teaching it. I was hearing about it, I wasn't even teaching
But
it.
that's
the senior
kind of
class.
what we did is each week we did 2 competencies, which now we could just do 1 competency. And it really was nice because you could really explore everything and get them to really talking about, giving examples of how they brought this to life in their field work and in other areas. Some of them, were actually working in the field too, and they talked about that. I think we could make that broader,
Okay.
But that's just
And
my
then
thought.
intersperse these conversations, these like, I'll call them the transitional conversations. Right?
Yeah,
They're making the transition away from school now. Well, they're completing their bachelor's programs and they're going to be BSWs and they're crossing the stage. And what does it mean to graduate? Like, I mean, I think there's a lot of conversations there about endings and termination.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
absolutely,
know,
yes.
Yeah, I think that really
Wonderful.
like exemplifies in practical
Yeah.
experience the termination process.
Right. I mean, this is really, and it's okay to talk about, being excited and terrified and scared and what am I gonna do when I grow up? I cut my hair, I look like a squirrel, all those kinds of things because, and some may be making decisions to keep going in grad school because they don't know what else to do. And then, and some are like, no, I really need to get this done. And, I mean,
Yeah,
we always have that conversation for those people that are ADD that never finished, it's like they never, jokingly said, they never finally individuated. They just got stuck in the basement, living in their parents' basement with boxes, like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, so, I mean, these guys, I think there needs to be some conversations around that. And how are you managing this in your life? And what does this mean? And even if it's a blog posting, like, put the question up and let them talk about it amongst themselves. I mean, they'll blog all day long and it's amazing. I have had students use blogging, like it's incredible what they put up there. So I don't know, that's what some of the ideas I have for like 497.
okay, but not doing the poster then.
So I take us back to the whole question about, do we do the poster or don't we in this class? What do you guys
Maybe
think?
it's a choice. Maybe they have a choice of 2 assignments and that's one of the choices.
I think that there's no point in doing the poster if they're not presenting at the conference, because the intention, my understanding was the intention of the poster presentation was to give them an opportunity to present at the conference and add that to their resume. But if they're not presenting at the conference because they're not doing it based on like actual research, then I don't think that it's worth doing it next year. I think with the new curriculum, we can keep it in there because basically they're going to do all their research and even design the poster or even like write their abstract during 400, right?
Yeah.
They'll have all that work done. And then when they go to 497, basically what they're doing is getting points for attendance. Did you submit your abstract on time and get accepted to the conference? Did you show up at the conference with your poster, right? So, and that's not really adding additional work into 497 other than they have to like show up at the conference.
Right, right.
But then they add that to their resume, which I think is
It's
great
great.
for them.
Yeah,
But it sounds like next year it doesn't make sense. Like they shouldn't just do a poster to have
right.
a poster.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think ironically, Jessica, if I could say this, one of the things that we talked about was piloting different things to find out if they worked or didn't work or when would they work. And we just we got thrown a curveball because who knew that Buffalo State was going to sponsor the entire SUNY system, student creativity and research forum.
Yeah.
Like nobody knew that. Like none of us did. And so it really it changed the entire timeline. I mean, so what I guess what I'm trying to say is, ironically, in many ways, you piloted it in 301, like creating a poster, doing all of that, going and doing it. And students really found that to be helpful. So I think that it makes, I don't think it makes sense doing it in 497 next year. I think what makes more sense is to wait until when we're in the new curriculum, definitely have them do a poster.
You know what?
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, and I know we just got through the entire curriculum, and so now I'm like throwing a monkey wrench out there, but it's what I do. I'm wondering if it would make more sense for them to do a poster on the for example, the program development and group worksheet and group facilitation that they did in the spring semester, during the spring semester, and they present a poster on that in the spring semester. Like, does it make sense for them to do a poster for for 400, but not present it until 497? Should this poster presentation be moved to a class that is during the spring when the college has that presentation? When the college offers that conference?
What if the poster was on their social problem review assignment?
Which would still be in 497 in the, oh,
in the spring?
instead of on 317. Or I mean, sorry, instead of what they did in 400.
Yeah.
They get to
Wait a minute, Can you guys
497.
back up for a minute? When you say wait, you're talking about the new curriculum now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm talking about the new curriculum, Kathy. And I'm wondering if the student research and creativity conference presentation belongs in 497 with the new curriculum. My students in 301 demonstrated that even if that's their first and only social work class, they were still able to pull it together and do presentations successfully at this conference. So do we need to wait till 497 for them to do that? Can we move that assignment to a different class that the students will all take in their spring semester junior year? And Amy's suggestion was, well, what if they do the poster presentation on their social problem in 497 still? Which I think makes more sense than having them carry over their work from 400.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough time in 497 for them to do the social problem assignment, create a poster around it, and still do the portfolio and have these other transitional conversations that we've been talking about as far as like preparing for grad school and a job and things like that?
I don't know. I mean, I am also sensitive to the fact that by the time they roll into 497, they're like halfway out the door.
They're done. Yeah, that's
really neither
true.
here nor there. They need to learn how to, basically do their jobs, but
Well, what if their social problem review doesn't get submitted as a paper or an in-class presentation, but it gets submitted as a poster presentation?
Yeah.
yeah,
if
that
they
makes more
went
sense.
through
I like that a
all the
lot.
Details from that assignment, and that's the information that they presented. So they're presenting the takeaway from their research
In a poster
in a
form.
poster rather than in a paper.
Yeah,
And
I think that's,
if you want them to present on their poster, like if you want them to do an oral presentation also,
I wouldn't add, I wouldn't,
I
add
wouldn't.
that in.
No,
I
I just said
think,
the creativity.
I wouldn't add it in.
but that's also in there too, so it's.
I like that though. I think that's good, Jessica. It's a better way to do that.
Because remember, we have a tendency sometimes to make it more complicated for students as well.
Yeah, so I think if
Like
we,
we're adding, oh wait, no, if that's good, let's add
In the
6 more
past.
assignments, because
Doing
that
it
sounds like a
better.
plan.
yeah. So they
So-
do, I mean, they did like the social problem assignment. So with the new curriculum, we move the social problem assignment into 497. They do that assignment, and the product of that assignment is this poster presentation at the conference.
Yeah,
The
So-
other thing that, go ahead, Kathy.
So, okay, so now I'm confused again. you're talking about the social problem assignment is in new curriculum 497 now.
Well, no, right now we're not doing the new curriculum, Kathy.
Okay, well. Okay, well, when you said 400,
I mean,
that's scared
don't
me.
ask
So you're
ridiculous-
saying, so wait, so you're saying remove the social problem assignment out of 496 and put it in 497.
No, I am not talking about next year. I am talking about when we start the new curriculum. So fast forward at least 2 years. 496 doesn't exist anymore. So now the social problem assignment is in the new 497.
Okay.
So students walk into 497 and Mark or whoever's teaching it says, you've got basically 3 assignments to do. The first assignment is going to be this case management written assignment where you use just practice and you look at a student or you look at a client and you go through the step of assessment, engagement, intervention, evaluation. The second assignment is the portfolio that you'll talk about one competency each week, and that will take 9 weeks of class, but it's not going to take 2.5 hours of class time to talk about a competency.
Right.
You're going to talk about, so the other part of class each week, you're going to talk about some of these transitions, right? I don't know what you're doing, but stop it. Because the third assignment is this social problem assignment.
Yeah, but the social problem review assignment is now a student research creativity poster presentation, correct? Because we took it out of a written assignment and we turned it into a poster, right? I'm just doing this for my own benefit.
Okay,
Right?
okay, then go ahead and do that then.
Okay.
Yeah, so they would do the social problem review assignment, and the way that what they would turn in is their poster presentation at the SRCC.
Correct.
So they're not turning in a paper. Like right now, I think when they do it in 496, they turn in a paper, and they may also do a presentation to the class on it. So we would remove those 2 components of it and sort of simplify it and say, you're going to do a poster presentation on this topic that you're super passionate about at the research conference. And then it's the same semester that they're working on it is when they're presenting it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and we just need to come up with hold on a second.
So you could, I mean, in theory, you could talk about the social problem assignment the first night of class and tell them, here's the assignment directions, here's what you need to do, pick a topic, you've got to do a poster, and you've got until whenever the SRCC says that your abstract is due to get your abstract done, which I don't remember when it was this year, but I feel like it was in mid-March.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then their poster isn't due until like mid-April, and their poster presentation historically is not until the last week of April. So they could be working on that all semester on their own. And while they're working on that all semester on their own, in the class, each week you're sort of splitting the class in half. So like on Tuesday, you're talking about Comp 1, but on Thursday that week, you're talking about grad school. And then the following week on Tuesday, you're talking about Comp 2. And then on Thursday, you're talking about cover letters.
Right.
Or like, how does it feel to have this transition and be all grown up now?
I think that's good.
And the 2, since we have to have 2 measures of assessment for things, we can have them submit, and they have to submit their abstracts to us and we'll grade them. And then, because somebody needs to look at them, make sure that it's like, you know, the spelling's correct. And then the second is the poster.
Perfect.
Yeah. What's the in-class role play? I'm trying to remember.
I'm guessing that
We do a
that,
role play with them.
I think, isn't that like practicing skills or something, Mark? That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
No one knows what this number 7 is.
I
I
know.
think we're just gonna say that it's a role play where
They
like,
prep,
we give them a little role play where maybe we do it as a big group on gathering information for case management, explaining case management.
yeah, it's like what we do in
Even if we
422.
don't know what it is.
That's what we
Okay.
do in 420. Oh, you don't teach 420. It's what we do. It's the round robins. It's.
I love that. I've
Yeah.
done the round
Yeah,
robin.
that's
things.
all it
Okay.
is. That's all it is.
Okay.
Well,
That's good.
I assume though that because we're like the classes are split up, they would do this role play from start to finish, right? From engagement through assessment, through intervention, through evaluation.
Well,
Right.
yes and no, Jessica. It depends on what mood we're in. It's in class, so we're not going to be able to, I mean, we might have them do an engagement assessment, come up with a plan, you know, but you're probably, you know, like we might break it up. You know what I'm saying? Like part of it is going to be making sure that they understand their skills. I mean, this is very self-serving, this role play. You know what I mean? Like you could do a you know, a hot seat where, you know, they have to come in and they have to do the assessment and engagement piece. And then they could pretend to go to a case conference where they're going to present and come up with a treatment plan. And how would they make the referral? You know what I mean? Intervention. I mean, we could play with it. We could have fun with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm just.
Well, I'm gonna trust you and Mark that whatever you come up with for that, I'm sure it'll be great. So
So,
But now for this coming year, they're not going to do the poster then for 497.
that is correct.
correct.
Okay.
That is
Okay.
correct. For 497, no poster. Because we didn't feel like it was. I mean, that's what I recall. Is that correct? We're gonna ditch the poster
Okay.
For the current curriculum.
for the current 497
Yeah.
next spring.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, if Tanya wants to change her assignment in 496 where the social problem is a poster presentation instead of a PowerPoint presentation, I think she could, you know, she could do that, right?
She could, but
Yeah.
there would be no reason to. You know what I
That's
mean? Like
true.
if she wants to, but
Yeah,
why do
or because
that?
she has more time. Okay.
Yeah, because the PowerPoints are, you know, they need help writing PowerPoints too. So,
So, you know me, I'm just looking at the time here.
yep. So it's 3:30. We have completed we've completed all of the, I think.
We,
my God.
yeah, we did all of them. Kathy had planned that we'd be done with that before noon.
Thank you for pointing out that I had yet again miscalculated.
Amy,
You,
I mean, you
I'm
know,
sorry.
we got, no, we,
it's okay.
we
It's,
did get a late start,
yeah,
but,
that's all right.
Good job. Bob.
the next thing on the list is support for students. Are we gonna talk about that? Are we taking a
I
5
think,
break? What are we doing?
let me just say, I just want to put a couple things out about that. One is, one thing that struck me as I was thinking about this is, because Karen has very specific comments in regards to the PAPS committee, but I want to just expand the conversation at this moment. Why? Because if we are serious about releasing the pre-major, we need to come up with a way of guiding and mentoring our students from the minute they come through the door. And what we've been doing, you know, some of the things that we do or sometimes do, in my opinion, that is just not going to be it's not going to be effective. So in our handbook, both in the field handbook and in the department handbook, and everybody can go back and look at this, and is that we need a progressive, proactive method of mentoring our students. And if student, and I would like to have one that respects self-determination. So for example, if a student is not doing well and everything is being brought to bear. So like, for example, we had a student that Kim was working with that she did a wraparound. So she invited the advisor and the instructors to come together to meet with the student to talk about what would be helpful. I think we need to do more of those things. I also think that we need to be really clear with our students. And I know everybody does a pretty good job of this because it's hard to capture them. Sometimes the students come in for mandatory advisement. In the old days, before they released the pins, you actually, like, no student could enroll unless they came and got a pin from you, which really increased student participation with advisors. However, that got changed. I'm not exactly sure why, but it did. So as long as the student is enrolled and isn't, you know, flunking out or anything or on academic probation, they really don't need a pin. So you've got some students that will come and meet with you. And I know that there are a lot of you that are, you know, have emailed students and reached out to students multiple times. And the student just like, no, I don't think so. So I think that we need to do more. And what we found is that when you're doing those kind of proactive things, I think students, I don't know, appreciate it.
They do.
We right now still have a false start only. And right now, if you, last fall, we had, I think, 4 or 5 students, 4 students, I think. They failed multiple courses. So it's not like if we offered something at J-term, because I know that's been bantied around. And I don't know any department that offers core courses during J-term. I'm not aware of any. I could be wrong. It wouldn't have mattered, because if you've got a student has failed more than one course, and they did, we're not going to be able to repeat the entire fall semester over J-term. Just my opinion. I don't know what other people think.
Absolutely.
And so I think we need to, right now, we still have, you know, we're still going to have a false start. We have created flexibility in our program that's going to be coming up, where students can, you know, even if they need to take time away, they can still take social work electives. They can build up their GPA. They can come back and take that course. You know, it still might delay it a year. That I understand that that's a problem. So I wanted to put that on the table because I think, you know, I sat on PAPS. I know, Mark, you sit on PAPS. You know, PAPS has been very useful in my opinion, and I know other people may have different opinions about this, but if we have a student that has a lot of, is struggling academically, but also is struggling behaviorally. What is it, Kim?
Like, in the past, it's usually been a combination of behavioral and life situations, and all those things are impacting their grades. So the time when I had like the wraparound stuff, it was like a step before PAPS, where we were able to address things before it got so severe and students were willing to work with it. But when it gets to PAPS, it's like they need more significant, it's like the issues are more serious at that point, I see. So like when someone stole a turkey at their field, at their field placement, which was connected to a food pantry and kept that for their family for Thanksgiving, that's a PAPS issue, right? But if somebody is like getting D's or E's in their classes and they're struggling and they're having a hard time organizing themselves, having that wraparound allows us to understand what the issue is beforehand, address it, and give them a plan of action. And if they don't follow through with that plan of action, then they go to PAPS. Does that make sense?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily make sense to me that PAPS is within our department.
Okay.
Because it seems as though the college has programs built in through the Dean of Students office where that would be it seems to me that it would be the most logical after we've met with our students, we've done the wraparound, we had a plan of action, and for whatever reason they didn't follow through, or there's a behavioral issue that it should go to the college level rather than be within the department and us like doing the discipline.
That's a really good
that's
point.
not really our role as the faculty or the educators within the social work department.
And so to that point, I think because we now have a new dean of students who has implemented all of these different programs with their, like PAPS was there before that. So is there really a need for PAPS now that the school is taking more ownership of that? So maybe we do more wraparound stuff, and if that doesn't work, we refer to the CARES team or to the dean of students, depending on the issue.
I mean, I know that, CSWE requires documentation that there's a process for grievance.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily say within the department, although it's referencing the program, but that does in fact exist. The college has that.
Right.
College has procedures to raise grievances regarding grades. They have processes where students can raise concerns regarding if there's an issue they believe needs to go to equity and diversity, they can do that. There's all sorts of ways that they can do that, which maybe that needs to be more articulated in our handbooks than it currently is, because it's not really there. Right now, if you read and I know Karen was doing some work on this with, she was some of the adjustments to the referral form and running things by SUNY Legal. But right now, if you read it, it really is, if the student is not able to proceed, is to be able to stay in field, if the student doesn't do these things, then this is where PAPS is. It's not necessarily, I mean, that's been one of my questions, because it seems like if you're a junior, you're not in field.
Right.
And the whole point at that point is moving from one semester to the next. And then at the end of junior spring, depending on what happens there, if you flunked a class or whatever, that's going to automatically take you out of going to field, like automatically, because all the senior classes are predicated on successful passage of your junior classes.
Right.
So it's not there's no decision there.
Right.
In terms of that. Then the question becomes, okay, student, so how would you like to proceed? Like the student's input into that is important. And, the student should be meeting with the advisor to come up with a plan. Now, some students want to wait a year and take a leave of absence because maybe they got a lot of stuff going on. Other students may want to, maybe they're in a position where they can actually take classes. Not all the students are, because if you're going to hit that 120 by taking social work courses, financial aid isn't going to pay for anything else.
Right.
So students need to figure it out, or do they, do they say, you know what, I don't want to do that. I'd like to explore other options within the college. Okay, so let's talk about what those might be. Could be sociology or INS or
Right.
whatever. So I think, and hopefully, again, I want to go back to like in the beginning of the class, that as students are having struggles, we have a more of a, let's say, more of a hands-on approach. And let's, whether it's referrals to care teams, whether it's referrals to the writing or academic tutoring sessions,
Right.
Having them consider and talk to the dean of students about what additional like whether they need to get in touch with accessibility services, whether they need to consider a leave of absence from this for the semester.
Right.
And I think all of those things, first off, are things that already happen, and I think we should have documented within our handbooks. But I think getting back to this idea of, especially like PAPS being used for behavior associated with field and everything,
It wasn't.
I
just
think with
school.
our new curriculum, especially how we're working towards including service learning and applied learning opportunities where people are going to be going out and interacting with other people,
Yeah.
we may be coming across behavioral issues earlier.
Right.
Um,
Right.
And I think that the processes and programs that are already in place at the Dean of Students office is where that needs to be kind of like handed off to be addressed. Even like after we have done the initial, like, hey, we recognize this is a problem. Here's what we're going to do to like remedy the situation, or here are the steps that need to be taken, working with the students to work through those issues. And then if students are pushing back with, I'm not going to do that or whatever, then handing that or referring that to the next step. And I don't think that next step should be within us.
So I think, obviously we need to have this conversation with with everybody present,
Right.
because, we're missing people today. But I think that, I think there's a time now where, there's been a lot of changes, there's been a lot of additions. And, PAPS was developed back in 2015.
No, it was developed when I got here.
Okay, so
It
You were
has
in what?
been here and since 2005 and before that.
okay, so PAPS has been around since 2005. So it's time to sit down and maybe take a look at, because sometimes, I know of years where we have made referrals to PAPS, but that just it didn't happen, right? Like those people didn't, the committee was not able to meet with them for whatever reason. And so those situations got resolved. I think one of the things that, so how, if we do continue with a PAPS type of thing, I think we need to think about how to set that up differently. So it's,
Not so punitive.
yeah, it's because it is viewed as very punitive, even though maybe once you get in, it might be experienced as supportive, right? And it certainly is the intent is to be supportive, but that's not
No,
the way
I
it's
mean,
perceived.
especially with that checklist, it's very,
It's progressive discipline is what
Yeah.
it looks like. And
Well, progressive discipline, in our handbooks, it says very clearly, if everyone goes back and reads it, that all effort needs to be made. Effort needs to be made to resolve the issue before
right.
there's a referral to PAPS, which means that we're talking about progressive intervention.
No, but that's what I mean though.
Yes.
It's the end point of the progress. Like,
Yes.
you're here and now the options are you do this or we kick you out, or you're already at the kick out part. And I don't think that really fits.
No, I think we need to, I agree with you, Amy. I think that
doesn't
You
fit
know,
with the idea of social work.
I know, but, and I don't think that, I think there needs to be some trust that when people are working with their advisees, for example,
Mhm.
you know, if you know, if the instructor is working with the student and having struggles, and it's not working, then the next level is reach out to the advisor. So then maybe you have like the advisor, like what you did, Kim, with that one student, the advisor and the instructors.
Mm.
You know,
And I
if
had, I think for another student, I even had their
EOP,
advisor
yeah.
involved too.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we reach out, if you've got an EOP student, then include them. If you've got an honors student, include honors. If you know, there is a process in which, so the chair, whoever the chair is, probably does need to remove themselves, because then if the student wants to
Mhm.
say, look, I'm not being treated well, they have a place to go and raise that issue.
Yes.
So, because Karen made that point, and that's a good point. So,
Mhm.
but I think we need to have like sort of a diagram to help us, because PAPS can't be the first level. I don't think, if that, because it's heavy-handed and it's not necessary. But I do think that we need to trust each other, that we're gonna handle things appropriately. And we've had students that have not done well, that have failed.
Mhm.
It was recommended that they take leaves of absence. They chose not to do that.
Yes.
And they need to be
They,
held accountable for their choices.
Yeah,
after
I
that.
mean,
Well,
they-
it's self-determination though. We can't
Yeah.
force students to make the choices that we can see would be in their best interest, because it's not our decision that that's their best interest.
right.
They have to make those decisions. So,
And there's been students that even though they were recommended to go to INS, they didn't, and they continued to add, they were social work majors. They couldn't take because they failed. But they, at that time, I think there were electives and stuff like that. And they continued to struggle. And, you know, even though we can see that we're trying to proactively keep the floor under them.
underneath them, yeah.
Because if they continue to progress, they
Mhm.
get to the point where there's no place for them to go. So that's one issue. And then, you know, and ultimately the student may make the decision on their own, like, oh, wow, this really isn't working. Okay, I'm gonna go do something else. But it would be nice to help process that with them and help them walk it over. It doesn't always have to be the PAPS committee.
Right.
I mean, there's times when the PAPS committee might be really, really helpful and useful, but there's a lot of times where the student also has a really good relationship with their advisor. And they talk to their advisor and they come in and they say, I don't want to stay a year. I want to, maybe I can go do this. Okay, well, let's go explore that. And you know what? I don't really want to do that. Let's go and explore this. You can work with the student around making those decisions.
And we've definitely had students who have come back the next year.
Yes.
Rather than
Yes.
like, okay, I'm not going to take classes right now. I'm going to come back next year and I'm actually going to apply myself. And now I understand where I went wrong, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And a failure doesn't mean final, you just failed at life and ruined your entire future.
Right.
And I think that's also important for us to really understand that to give people passing grades because we feel bad about it does not help them, nor does it help the profession.
No.
And in the end, it doesn't help the vulnerable populations that our students are going to end up working with.
Right.
We have to hold people accountable, and grades are a source of accountability.
Right.
So,
So I don't know. I know, what are other people? I mean, Mark, Jessica, you guys are being awful quiet. I know Jessica's looking like, the pandemic has arrived at her house, but. Oh,
oh, she just smiled. So it's scary.
yeah.
I agree with you though, Kathy. I think that I think as much as the advisor can do to work with the student to try to resolve things is the ideal thing that should happen. And really, there hasn't even been a PAPS thing in the last couple years. I mean,
Well, I think you guys had a meeting with, there was one student that in the fall who was a senior. That.
Okay.
And there
Oh,
was.
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to participate in it.
Right.
So that's why
Right.
I'm not thinking of it. Yeah.
I mean, I had a student that, I had 2 students last semester that took a year off and came back.
Yeah.
And they did really well. Oh, yeah, that's,
That's a good flow chart.
Where'd you find that?
She just made it.
You just did it?
did you just make that?
I couldn't figure out how to unmute. Yeah.
Oh
So-
my goodness.
I
Jessica,
don't like
Oh.
how this looks. This is not a final product, but I think this would be helpful. So if the professor has an academic or behavioral concern about a student, the first thing they should do is flag them in Starfish, which alerts the advisor.
Well, I think they need to personally speak to
Well,
the
yeah,
student first,
Student first, right?
then flag and Starfish.
Yeah.
Well, I think they need to do both simultaneously. You can flag in Starfish because Starfish also communicates with the student.
Mhm.
So you flag and you say, look, I've got a concern about whatever. And then that flag goes up the chain. It goes to the EOP advisor. It goes
Well, I
to
guess-
whatever.
Well, I don't want
so-
to flag somebody unless you can resolve it all in the classroom already.
So
Like,
let's
you can have a personal
Well, I guess it
conversation.
depends on what it is.
Yeah.
You have personal, but if you, you need to make notes somewhere, because if you just talk to them and then,
Yeah, it has to go in the degree works that you have this conversation, and then if it still continues, then you flag,
Right.
because otherwise all these people know and they don't know it's already resolved.
well, you resolve a flag though.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can resolve a flag.
Okay,
You can take a flag off.
okay,
I'm just letting you know
Ah.
procedurally.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
I don't know what I did, but yes, Kim, I agree. Because if a
Yeah.
student is like late for class,
Mhm.
I would say to the student first, like, why are you late for class? What's going on? You can't be late anymore. And then if they were late again, then I would flag in Starfish.
Yeah.
I can't figure out how to fix the flow chart right now. But Starfish then alerts their advisor, and their advisor should talk to the student, provide some support, and ultimately refer back to the professor, right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
But if it's still not resolved, the academic advisor might discuss doing a dropping the class. I shouldn't have this. I meant pass fail. Right, taking the class pass fail, withdrawing from the course, taking a leave of absence. And these would all be progressive, right? Like the student's not gonna, they're not gonna come in your office and be like, well, I'm late for class. And you're not gonna be like, well, you should change your major,
Right.
right?
Just
First,
just
you're gonna
need to
say,
note that the only courses that can be taken pass fail are non-major
yeah.
Non-major and
courses.
minor courses.
Yeah,
I think it would be really helpful for us as well to have kind of like a cheat sheet on the requirements for withdrawal and leave of absence. I know that there's like some dates posted and things like that, but I think especially like we had a student this past semester who needed to take a leave, and we all thought that we were directing them in the right area. But because their emergency happened a couple days after the deadline, it was like, oops, too bad.
Mm.
Like, so we need to, I think.
well,
we
I
need to kind
think,
of have a-
I want to just say something about that. I think it's those, what I do is I print those dates out
Mhm.
and I put them in my calendar so that I know. And I send
I
communication
put them
to
on my
advice
syllabi.
about that. Not to say that that's going to help, but there is also an appeal process
Mhm.
for that situation.
Okay.
There is an appeals process, but if you're going to withdraw from the class is like pretty far into the,
Right.
it's pretty far into the semester. So, and it's after midterms. See, I mean, this is the kind of conversation that we need to have with everybody so that we get a rhythm around that. You know what I mean? I'm not,
your point's well taken, Amy. If you don't know all of that, or you don't
Right.
know, like it used to be when I first started, that you could pull from a class like way, like almost to
Like the
finals.
last day.
Mhm.
And you could do a leave of absence for like, retroactive. You could go
Right.
back like 2 semesters.
Mhm.
And they changed all of that. Like it's the leave of absence is for, if it's by a certain date within the semester, it's for that semester, or it's for the next semester, and that's it.
Right.
So the dates are more timely because of issues with financial aid, because thank you, Betsy DeVos. Those kinds of things. So we do need to be attentive, and we do need to be educated, and we do need to be sensitive to that. And that's the reason why you'll get, like, the daily will put out reminders, leave of absences need to be here. Whatever, the last day to withdraw from classes is here.
But-
Drop ad without a, that kind of stuff. So we need to have a cheat sheet.
We need to have a cheat sheet, and I think we also need to explain these different things in plain language within our handbooks. And I know that there is there's some info, but I don't understand it, so I don't expect my students to either.
No, I agree with you. I think the handbooks are not written in a
They're not
clear
in a
way,
user-friendly
and they're not user-friendly. I agree with that.
format, so I think
That's a good way
that's
to
a,
resolve that, Jess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, tempted. So, I mean, I think,
Yeah, is overcomplicating that, Kim.
I always overcomplicate.
but I think
run of
that,
the
the professor, like the professor can refer to writing center, tutoring, accessibility services.
So
They
at
can
this
make they can make a CARES referral, CARES team referral.
Yeah, so, well, what I
Oh, I
did
see.
was the academic advisor is notified in Starfish. They can have these conversations, but they're also gonna refer back to the professor.
Yeah.
If there's a grievance against the professor, they would follow college policies, which includes referring back to the professor first, then referring to the department chair, and then is it academic standards or
I thought it was the D.
there's a specific office
Yeah,
that
we'd have to look at it. I
grievances.
can't remember.
So they would, they could follow this procedure, but they're always gonna, the advisor is always gonna defer back to the professor first and encourage the student to do that, because the students are gonna try to triangulate. They're not gonna, so then the professor or the advisor, but I don't know how to make this link to here, could refer to the writing center, to tutoring on campus, to accessibility services. And those are for academic issues. So this, I want to try to fix this, but I'd have to play with it longer. And then for personal issues, we would refer to the CARES team if there's an illness, if there's a death in the family, if they're homeless, if they, they can't pay their rent, you can refer to the CARES team for pretty much any of those personal issues. If obviously for counseling, you could refer to the CARES team and Weigel. You could just tell them go directly to Weigel. If it's a Title IX issue, they would go to the Dean of Students or Equity and Diversity. And if it's something other than Title IX, then it would go to UPD. So
Do they ever contact the Dean of Students directly, as opposed to, let's say personal issue, you're gonna go to the care team, but also,
they could, instead of the care team, right?
yeah,
This should be Dean of Students.
okay.
Is that more accurate? And then,
But I also think somewhere along the line, professors could make a care teams referral. Do you know what I mean? I don't, just to add that.
yeah, I mean, this is under a professor.
But I would list out Dean of Students and then also care team. I put the care team out there because if we're gonna use this as a cheat sheet.
I just need a minute and a half to be able to add that, Kathy.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. You're.
I don't know how to, so I don't think I will keep it in Microsoft Word. But I was just thinking like a flow chart would be really nice.
Yeah, it actually, this is a great idea.
Refer to like,
It
here's
is.
what's actually available on campus.
Yeah.
So once I can figure out how to add, I don't know, like I'm on this, but then when I try to add something, it goes over to Writing Center, which doesn't make sense.
I wonder if it's dropping down. Or maybe, yeah, click there and add. Oh, that's cool.
All right, fine. We'll just put it there. Because the CARES team is through the Dean of Students.
Yeah.
So I think this can be prettier, and I think that advisors can also, make these referrals.
Yes.
Right? So I need to fix that, but are there other resources on campus that I'm not thinking of that would be included? Because I can try to play around with this to make it a better flow, or do it in like Canva or something where it would be prettier.
Looks really good.
I think it's great.
Well, if anyone thinks of any other supports for students on campus, let me know and I can try to add it to this. And then maybe we can sort of review this flow chart at the beginning of the fall semester.
Now,
Good idea.
students do always have the option of going to the chair. I mean, I know this is for our benefit, but maybe there's a companion flow sheet chart that we develop for students.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, we could put student up here.
Yeah,
Student can go to professor, advisor, chair.
yeah,
I mean, student could go directly to any of these.
yeah.
Or any of the, right? Like they don't need us to tell them to go.
No,
So it just sort of complicates. I don't know how to draw those lines.
As a little sidebar, I think we also need to show the hierarchy within the college for faculty to go. So like if there's an issue, they go to the chair, and then from the chair, they go to the dean, and then the dean, they go to the provost, and because I'm under the belief that this is commonly known, but I want to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
Well, I guess, never mind.
so I mean, that's a conversation, that's a slightly different conversation, because
Yes.
then that's what, how do we engage with each other? So like, like the organizational chart is fairly flat, actually.
Yeah.
Like the chair is, like in the department, it's the chair, and then, all the faculty and professional administrative staff, have either direct, solid, or dotted lines to the chair. And any of the adjuncts that we have report to the chair.
Right.
So if you're coordinating or collaborating with adjuncts or whomever, that's not a direct report situation. So I think I saw our organizational chart and hadn't looked at it in a long time, and I think there's some
Changes.
misinformation there, and I think we need to correct that.
Yes.
So, that might be helpful to do, but then, then you would, but also, I think in our handbook, it also talks about, like, it's the chair, and then it's the dean, and then it's the provost, and whatever, and obviously you have HR, and you have equity and diversity, and, all that stuff. So, but in terms of, financial aid, though, that's a really good one. And the registrar's office, like, if there's issues with transcripts and stuff like that, for advisors to know that.
They may not give you the same information twice.
I guess that would be maybe up here.
Is that? And the registrar's office website has all of those forms electronically that are
Okay.
necessary to leave of
Make it.
absence, withdrawal, pass, fail, like whatever. They have them all there.
Are we not gonna, we're gonna not do PAPS then?
Well, this is the progressive part, Mark. These are all,
Okay.
this is, see this, when you start to write it all out, like, it helps guide, like, here's what should be happening before you make a PAPS referral.
Right.
Okay, that totally makes sense.
I mean,
Yeah,
That's what we say in our handbook, is that all effort needs to be made to resolve the issue.
yes.
Right.
that-
Now,
I like it.
if a student fails a class, the department has determined that you can't go forward. That's a conversation now that has to go to the advisor. I mean,
Right,
obviously the
right.
student can talk to the professor. If the student wants to do a grievance, take it back to the professor first, then, to see if it can be resolved or changed or whatever, then to the chair and then to the dean's office. I mean, that's the grievance process for that.
I think the difference is that if there's an issue that arises at the field placement, and I assume this is maybe where PAPS sort of started,
No.
is that student would then potentially go directly to PAPS. Because that student might not be able to finish their placement. So then my understanding is the committee would decide, does that student get a different placement and a second chance? Does that student like automatically fail? Does that student have some type of like probation, like we're going to give you another chance and this agency is giving you another chance, but this is your last chance? So that's sort of my understanding. I don't know. I mean, obviously
Mhm.
I'm not in field, so I don't know that that's
I
completely
think-
accurate, but
I think with the chart that you have here, if somebody is having a struggle in field, they would go to the field instructor. And that field instructor would probably be talking with Karen, and they would resolve that within, just like a professor, like of 3, whatever. If there was a problem with that class, they would go to their professor. And I don't think PAPS was created for field. PAPS was created because there were no other programs or anything on campus to address things other than to refer people to Weigel or the counseling or whatever. They didn't even have the writing center. Well, they might have had a little bit of the writing center, but they didn't have tutoring the way that we do now. We didn't have all of this stuff. So when it was originally, it was created before I was here. And when they were doing that procedure, it would happen during the review and midterm of all of our students. And we would say, okay, is this issue something that does the professor need to address by themselves? Is it an issue that the advisor addresses, or is this an issue that needs PAPS? And PAPS was more of a wraparound. It was like that wraparound that I started doing during the semester. So it was like that. And then there might be multiple PAPS meetings to follow up on things. It wasn't a one and done thing. And it was to address all these different areas that now the college campus has developed. So I don't know if we actually need PAPS if we're following that chart.
Mhm.
well, and I guess what doesn't make sense to me about what you just described, Kim, is
Yeah.
that if that's the case, then why isn't the professor involved in that in those conversations
They
that
used to
are
be.
happening in PAPS?
The professor actually used to attend PAPS. So it was a PAPS committee and the professor involved.
It says specifically, maybe I misread it or read something in the wrong place that's not updated, but it says whoever makes that referral can't be,
Okay.
maybe it's just they can't be part of the committee, but
That
like,
was- what I'm talking about is before, and then it
Yeah.
got revised by Karen.
Okay,
And now we're using the procedure that Karen revised.
so I think, I guess it would be good for, like, I can spend some time working on this and cleaning it up, because there's components to add, right? That like students can go directly places, including the chair. And that the advisor can refer to any of these places, right? So I can continue to work on this flow chart, and maybe we bring it back in the fall and we show everyone, and then we decide if we have to, or are you guys suggesting we don't need PEPs anymore and we should just vote on it?
So I think there needs to be some process. I mean, you know, it's unclear to me because there's an element there related to field that's unique in that, you know, if, for example, there was a student that failed 493. So what's going to happen to that student? Now, if there was an option, and I don't know if there was it discussed that there was an option to, you know, whether it was, I don't remember what it was. I don't know if it was making up hours or, you know, if there were other issues, I have no idea. So does there need to be
I'm
an
sorry,
element there?
Kathy, if you fail 493, how is that any different from failing 419? Like, you can't move on to the next semester until
Well,
you
that's true. That's a good
93.
point. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
But I think like we have had students, I know there was one, I guess this was pre-COVID, who was an intern at their agency and then became a client of the same agency, and then wanted to return back to that same placement site as an intern when they were no longer a client. And all of that happened within the time frame of their internship. Like, it was ongoing. They were a client while they were also an intern technically. And so that was an issue. And so I think that's an issue that then should be addressed by Karen and the field seminar professor in the agency,
Yeah.
and doesn't require anyone else in the department to get involved. And if, you know, if Karen wants to call that the PAPS process, I think that's fine. But I don't know, like, I don't need to be pulled into that unless maybe I'm the student's advisor and it's going to impact that they won't be in the program anymore because they just failed field. And then I have to discuss with them, like, well, what do you want to do? Right? Are you going to change? Like, you got to change your major because you can't stay in field. So I don't know.
I mean, that's a good point. You know, it's sometimes when you live with something for a long time, you don't always kind of go, oh yeah, you're right. You know, like, how is that any different? And, you know, I think the thing that jumps out at me looking at all this is there's, even between the time I started in 2015 and now, this is a much more robust student support response.
Yeah, I think even during COVID, the amount of additional
Yeah.
supports like increased tremendously the past 2 years.
Yeah.
So I think, and I think that we, you know, for grievance purposes, right, we want to make sure we're being consistent. So if something, so we want to make sure we're all sort of following this flow chart in the same ways. But this is, I don't know that this has ever really been written down. It's been sort of like, it's like an unwritten rule, right? It's kind of what we've all done. It's been informal. So my thought is that I clean this up and we bring it to faculty meeting in the fall. And I'm sure Karen will have some additional input regarding like field specific concerns.
Uh-huh.
And so, like I said, maybe she keeps some type of PAPS process for those field specific concerns. But if everyone else is sort of on the same page that like now there's a lot more supports than there were before, then I think we bring it to a vote, right?
Mhm.
Well, I think that, people could, we can look at this and spend some time thinking about it, because I think that, and again, it goes back to, if we're all on the same page in terms of how we use these supports, and that we're clear about that, and we document, that's the other piece, it's gotta be documented. Like if you meet with a student, it's like the same thing with clients. If you met with a client, you documented that you met with a client.
Yeah.
And whether you're documenting in, the advantage of documenting in DegreeWorks is that it's permanent. I mean, in the sense that if you document in Starfish, it's great, but at the end of the semester, if you don't teach that student the next semester, you don't have access to any of their information via Starfish.
That's true.
Other people do. If you're the advisor of that student, you will, but not if you're the instructor. So that's the reason why you need to make those notations in DegreeWorks, because you can always access that information. And the EOP guys and other people that can access students, even if you're obviously they're not teaching them, then if you write something in DegreeWorks, it communicates to Starfish that it exists, so they can pop over into DegreeWorks. They actually can click on the DegreeWorks and that plus, and it'll just, there's your note right there. So, I think that, there might be some additional boxes that we add to this in terms of who are some of these people, like, EOP, honors, people, the honors advisor, because I think people don't always think about coordinating with the support systems. A lot of our students have, like many of our students also have EOP advisors, and they are wonderful to pull in and they'll be like, oh my goodness, I just had that same conversation with, student X. Oh yeah, the
Well,
professional advisors.
I just added professional advisors, thinking about freshmen, thinking forward.
Yep.
We'll start to see freshmen, obviously. I assume, maybe I shouldn't, but I assume that we would also want to reach out to Roar to Success potentially, because they're linked with the first year students, right?
Yes,
Does anyone, yeah.
at least right now, yeah. And they're on a grant, so hopefully.
So the professional advisors and Roar to Success would be for first year students. But I think that's, that's another resource, right?
Yeah.
That we could access. I know now no one can read that bubble. So I mean, I can clean this up if people think of other resources on campus. And I can sort of, I don't know. I'll try to fix it, but I just, as you were talking, Kathy, that's what I was thinking, like, wait, like what are all these pieces? And
Yeah.
it's helpful to have a visual,
Yeah.
I think, for me. And it's
like
really all about me, so.
Oh, no, I think it's great. I think kind of putting it all in a way, I'm a visual person anyway, and I think other people probably, being able to have a quick reference to be able to go, oh, wait a minute, look at all these resources. Like if you're not aware of them, you might think that the students are kind of floating around out there by themselves. Whether they choose to utilize them, that is a whole different question. And, I've made multiple referrals. I know everybody here probably has, to the CARES team. And, I've had students come back and go, oh my goodness, thank you for doing that. I didn't want to go to Weigel,
Right.
and I knew that they were like, no, I'm not going to do that. And I'm like, well, I'm going to do this. And I, send a, outreach, or I've had a student that like disappeared and had, was like missing in action for, was missing class, and I'd emailed them and I, starfished them. And I'm like, you know what, I'm just doing a CARES referral. And that really worked. Why? Because there was personal outreach. I mean, it was happening in a very short period of time, but I think that those are the kinds of things that, and students are like, thank you for doing that. Like you took action, you supported me, as opposed to let's wait. And I mean, none of us are doing this. None of us are doing this. Let's wait until they tank and then we step in with, okay, now you have to come and talk to us. It's like, no.
And that's not what our handbook says at all. It says it must be progressive. It says we
Mhm.
must resolve anything before you send anything to, you know, the PAPS committee right now. So we should be doing these things.
Yeah.
And, you know, if PAPS isn't getting referrals,
That's good.
maybe there's a reason. Maybe it's good that they're not getting referrals because students are utilizing the supports, they're fixing things, they're
Getting resolved.
getting resolved, or even if they fail a course and they can't, you
Oh,
know, they
it's
don't
like
want to wait, they get to choose.
It's like in counseling. If somebody talks to you and says, I have a thought to harm myself.
Yeah.
Are you gonna automatically like call the emergency crisis services and have an entire like force here to like escort them to the hospital? No, you're
Yeah, a
gonna
lot of
talk
people do.
about, do you have, what are those thoughts? Do you have access to that? Oh, no. Well, these thoughts are just, you know, once a month.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you work with it.
I mean, I had a student, she failed. I don't remember which one it was, might have been 422, I can't remember what, and she's my advisee, and she comes and she talks to me and like, and she's like, what am I gonna do? And I'm like, okay, well, here's your options.
Mhm.
Option 1 is X, option 2 is Y, option 3 is Z, you know, whatever. And we walked through pros and cons, pros and cons, pros and cons. She took it away and she goes, she took it and she walked away and I said, she go, I'll be back. And she was like, and at first it was, I'm gonna transfer. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness. I'm like, okay, well, let's figure out so here are the steps you need to make transfers, see whatever. And then she did some exploration. She came back, she's like, no, I don't want to do that. And then she goes, but I don't know what I want to do. And I'm like, okay, well, who do you trust that you want to talk to? You know, who do you trust? And she said, well, I'm gonna talk to my family. I have 2 of my aunts are social workers. I'm like,
Wow.
perfect. Like, really? Like, you are the poster child for this.
Right?
So she goes and at first it was gonna be, at that point it was, I'm gonna, you know what, I'm gonna wait a year. No, I don't know if I want to wait a year. Anyway, so she comes back and like, again, she was still thinking about transferring to, I don't know, I don't even know where, it was like Albany or something. And she comes back out of the blue and she goes, I'm going to sociology. And I'm like, okay, well, how did you come to that decision? She goes, well, and that's when she goes, I talked to my aunts. I don't think she told me that they were social workers at the time. She goes, my aunts are social workers. And we were talking about this and they're like, get done. You can do stuff with social work. Ask about doing a minor. And then if you want to go to grad school, that's not a problem. Now, you know, we probably all said those things, but you know, sometimes family
It's it
counts.
differently.
She comes back, she goes, this is what I want to do. I'm like, okay, well, let's get her done. She's over in sociology. She comes in, she goes, I'm gonna get a C. Is that gonna be a problem? Like, no. See their GPA, it's lower. And she's like, thank you. And off she went. You know, like, she checks in, she comes in for advisement. Did she need to go to PAPS? I don't think so. She took agency, she had agency about it. She was empowered to come and explore. She did what she needed to do. She made the decision.
Yeah.
You know,
And I think
Yeah.
that's what most of our students do in those situations. Now, there are students who run and hide and won't ever respond to us,
right.
but if we are putting out the effort and documenting that effort, like, we can't force students to accept help
Right.
in any manner.
Right. And a committee or non-committee isn't necessarily gonna make a student, they might say certain things in front of you, but then. So I don't know, I've just been giving a lot of thought, and your diagram really plays out that we need to be really clear about what our progressive interventions are and how we can be early on engaging with our our students. Because if we release them pre-major, we will be doing all of those things.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll be doing all of those things, and we need to be clear. We can't all be sending everybody and their brother, because freshmen, there's this freshman shock happens. There's gonna be a percentage of freshmen that don't make it.
that's
Yeah.
across the college.
I think too, it's really important to keep in mind that like, as great as it might be to retain students in our program, if it's not a good fit for them,
Right.
it's okay. And if that means they're gonna go to a different program, but they're still gonna graduate, then that's like a huge success for that student. But I've also had students where like I've had conversations with them, especially during COVID when things were online. And I did advisement with them and they were like, I'm really not learning anything. This online stuff, like I'm struggling with it. And I said, you don't have to be in school right now.
Yep.
Like it's okay.
Yeah.
Take some time off and come back when COVID's done. Like it's online learning isn't for everyone. And I had another student last semester. She's miserable and she's failing everything. So she's wasting her money. She's on probation. She can't get financial aid now. She's got to work 3 jobs to pay her student like what she owes from last semester or for this semester because she didn't get loans and financial aid because she's on probation. And I said, what do you want to do? And she said, I really just want to like travel Europe and work at a coffee shop. And I said, well, then go and do that. Like you're 19 years old. You have no responsibilities. Now is probably the only time in your life that you can go and do that. I'm like, if you don't want to be a social worker, how are you like, I don't want to send you into field and have you like have people's lives in the palm of your hand and you're like, really just want to pour coffee. You know what I mean? Like that's a disservice to the clients that they're going to interact with at field and the field agencies and this is serious work. It's not pouring coffee.
Well, and I think that, sometimes they think they know what they want, and sometimes they absolutely do. And sometimes they think that they're obligated because someone told them that this was a good thing to do.
Yeah.
And it's hard. And they thought, they came over from wherever and they thought social work was going to be easy, and social work is not easy. It's never been easy. I mean, we have a higher GPA than psych, requirement. That's not going to change. And, we've made that decision, and I think that let's find a way. If you still want to help people, let's find a way to help you be able to do that without walking around with this degree. You don't necessarily need it, as we've had multiple conversations about that between yesterday and today. I had people that came to my agency that I hired to be domestic violence advocates that had degrees in English, sociology, women gender studies, criminal justice. I actually probably had the least BSWs.
Wow.
They rarely showed up. So I think that, we need to be clear about the types of jobs that you can do all sorts of case management with it. You don't need a social work degree.
I had I did that career development training this past week and it was interesting. So part of the training, they said when a student comes to you and they're not really sure if they want to, stay in the major or what they want to do, they gave some prompts of what to ask them and stuff, but they gave this example that I had never really, I guess, thought about because I don't think about animals very often, but they said, how many people, if a student came to you and said, oh my gosh, I love animals, how many of you would be like, oh, well then like go be a vet tech? And they said, and she was like, that's the worst suggestion you could give to someone because the only thing a vet tech does all day is help euthanize animals. Right. And so in some ways that's true for us too. Like we have a lot of students who love being around people and helping people, but they love doing that when it's like fun and easy.
Mhm.
They aren't able to do that when the people are depressed, when they're homeless, when they're, dealing with all these different heavy issues and traumas. And students come into the field and they're like, oh, well, I love talking to people. That doesn't mean that they're going to be able to be successful in social work or even enjoy social work.
Mhm.
I think I was gonna add to the flow chart, the Career Development Center, they have a couple of assessments that they do. So to be fair, I took an assessment at the Career Development Center. When I was an undergrad, it told me I should be a school bus driver for elementary school. Which is funny because I hate kids, but if the bus was empty, I wouldn't mind it. They don't give like career assessments anymore. Most of what they do, it's like a values assessment. And then they look at those values and it points them to different jobs that are connected to those values, which I think is much more beneficial. Because even for our students that like know they want to go into the field of social work, if one of their values is that they like privacy, they can't go work at the Department of Social Services because they're not going to have their own office. Right. So I think there's some tools that they can provide that might be helpful. So I'm going to add them to if I can figure out how to.
That's great. That's great to add them.
I don't know that I can figure out how to add them, but I'm going to try.
So I think that, I think before we say no PAPs or yes, definitely PAPs, I think we need to have a conversation around, look, here's
What we already
thinking,
do.
here's what we are doing, what we need to do more of, or find a way to really standardize this for ourselves. And the other piece is that we need to be forward thinking about this because we're going to be working with freshmen and we're going to need to create all sorts of ways to engage those freshmen as a group, as a cohort, so that they have that support with each other. They may still work with professional advisors, that's fine, but they're going to have us too, or I don't even know how that's going to work. So I don't know, I should not say that, but I think that we're going to be, one of the things that I do here is that we are more involved with our students all along the way than, 99% of the departments on this campus.
Yes.
And there are some students who, they'll say that, they'll say, oh my goodness, you actually, you guys care, you talk to us, you meet with us, returning emails, guys, is really important because that's one of the things that connects with them. So I think we need to be thinking much more systematic about and more progressively than what we have had to, because if we do this, it's going to change the
whole environment of the college has changed.
Yes.
So we
yes,
should utilize what's there now.
Yes, because if you want them engaged with the college
Yeah.
and you want them connected to the college,
Yeah,
this is how we have
this
to
is
do
how you
it.
do it. Yeah.
I think, I know, was it earlier today? I don't know. When I talked about using like the Phi Alpha office or some space.
No,
on
that was yesterday.
Yeah.
So opening that up for students to use and be able to kind of be upstairs and around us. But
Yep.
I also think just like we sort of, we did the grad reception, but I think that we should do like a welcome back.
Yep.
meet and
Yeah.
greet.
Yep.
Every fall we should do like a meet and greet, welcome back.
Yep.
So new students can meet all the faculty, returning students can check in and say hi. Then,
Yeah.
maybe we do something at the end of the fall semester, maybe not, but then at the beginning of the spring semester, we do another like
Welcome back.
back. And, maybe it's just like coffee and Timbits or something. I don't think it has to be that big, but just giving the students additional opportunities to interact with us outside of the classroom, to see where offices are, to be up on the third floor, because then they're going to start to, like Mark had said, they used to sit down the hallway and do their homework.
Yeah.
And so if we like, I can't tell you how many students are like, wait, where's your office? Granted, COVID, right? I get that, but it's surprising how many students this year, even in the spring, were like, where's the social work department?
I know. Yeah, I was.
I didn't know where we were.
Yes.
I know that we're like tucked away at the end of the hall up on the top floor, but most of them have their classes in Caudell all day long, right? There's no reason for them to not be popping in to say hi and stuff. And so I think providing some additional like informal things like that. I know Amy submitted a grant to do some self-care stuff with the students next semester. So I think doing more things like that where it's informal, it's out of the classroom. Maybe we do some brown bag lunches or something. Maybe we don't schedule classes during that 4:30 to 5:45 time slot. So students who are here during the day can stay for a workshop during that time, but students who come at the 6 o'clock class can come a little earlier when we do a workshop, and we can plug it in during that time slot so they're not missing a class to come. Like, I don't know. I'm just throwing different ideas out there, but I think those types of things would also be ways to provide support to them. Like, we don't have to wait until they're struggling to provide support. If we
Right.
build bridges in those relationships before they're struggling, then they're going to come to us when they start struggling before it gets to the point where it's, too late.
Yeah.
And I think
Well, I agree. I
I
agree.
know you've
Go ahead.
also talked about like group advisement.
Yes.
And I think especially, if we're going to start with freshmen, we still do our one-on-one advisement, but then every semester we do like a, for all the freshmen in their fall semester, we're invited to this group advisement. And we just do like an overview of what to expect the next semester, the next year, or talk to them about the program, answer questions they have as a group. They still have to go to their individual advisor to be able to register for classes and see the IFs they need and stuff. But I think we could meet with them as a, like we could get a large lecture room or the social hall and meet with them all.
If we did that and all professors were in attendance to that, we could go off into small groups with the people that are there that are assigned to us and get it done with them right then.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of these ideas that as we think about student engagement and student retention, thank you, that, we've operated, sort of like advisement. It has changed a lot. And, sometimes it's been more hands-off, come and see me. And then it went to mandatory. The college said, no, they really have to come and talk to you. And it was great when they had to come and get the pins because they were forced to. But I think we need to go beyond that. Like now they don't have to. So we need to create structures where students can enter those doors and be supported, whether they choose to use them or not. It's still their choice. But sometimes they say things like, there's all sorts of reasons why they don't tell us stuff up front. One, they don't know that we're available or it could be helpful to them. One, two, they're scared and they're embarrassed or whatever it is that they're, it's the same thing with clients. You can work with a client for some clients, you have to work for them for a while before they trust you enough. So I think that these are all really, really good ideas, you guys. And I think that it gives us an opportunity to have a way to talk about it. So it's not like it's either this or that. It's not either we have PAPS or we don't have PAPS. It's not like that. It's like, there's a much larger conversation here. And I'm sure, we have colleagues that were not able to join us today that are going to want to, that are going to have thoughts and ideas about this. But I think that this is a great starting off place to really start to reconceptualize how we want to provide student support in a way that's from the beginning. We're building that relationship. It's proactive in its engagement so that we're trying to avoid the problem, not wait until the problem is there and then react to it. We want to reduce the reactivity, right? And I mean, students know what the requirements of this program are. They know, like we've been pretty good about communicating that. So what we need to do now is to build the, because we're going to be having freshmen. If we release the pre-major, it's a whole different ballgame. So anyway, any other thoughts about that? Because I'm cognizant of the time that it's 20 minutes to 5.
Did we finish what we needed to finish so we don't need to come tomorrow?
No, you guys, we got through everything on the agenda, unless I missed something.
Wow.
Wow.
We didn't do the last thing on there with the mission, vision, goals, but I don't think that is,
Oh, right, I forgot about that.
we don't need to do that for the paperwork that's going up the chain.
Right.
So I don't know that we need to do that right now. I think the only other, just going off of your comment about being reactionary, Kathy, I think another part of the conversation we should have in regards to support for students is that we obviously had a couple of different crises on campus and in the community this semester. And I think that in some ways we obviously, we didn't have a plan in place. And so in some ways that like forced us to be reactionary. But I think it would be great if we set something up so that like,
Yeah,
if there's another bomb threat on campus, for example, what's the department response as a department? And then I think that like it would be ideal if we provided a space and an opportunity for our students to go somewhere and talk about it, but maybe we bring in counselors from Weigel or other people on campus, because I think we also have to be really careful of our role is not your counselor.
correct.
I think that our students think that because we're social workers and we've worked in the field and we have that degree, they can share information with us that is not appropriate for them to be sharing with us. And it's not appropriate for us to then like, now we've got this information and like, shit, what do we do with it?
Yeah.
So I think creating some type of plan because I can't imagine that we won't have any crises when we come back in the fall. I think with the state of the world, we're probably going to continue
Right.
to have them, and they're not going to be things we can plan for. But if we can plan how we would respond as an entire department, I think that would be really beneficial because we would be on the same page. We wouldn't have to react because there would be something in place.
I think that's a good idea. And if nothing else, like not if nothing else, but in addition to that is to be as educated as possible about. So then what are the college responses? Because, we want to make sure that whatever we're doing is clear and supports whatever it is that the college is going to request.
Oh,
of
yeah.
us. And, so that there's not, we don't want to, get confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that that's a great idea. Jessica. So,
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Salud.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I can take a stab at revising the goal. The goals are they're going to stay the same. They're the competencies, right? Like, and they are. So the goals are, the revision of the mission is we want to talk about infusing our, we're infusing our program with social justice. It's an integrated model of micro, meso, macro, and, I mean, we can take a look at the objectives are the competencies.
The mission statement and the department goals probably need to be tweaked.
Yeah, so those would be the two things that maybe people can take a look at and just, see what. I mean, some of it's,
I think the mission statement should really just focus on like what are 4 core, is it 4 of them, like generalist practice with case management emphasis, the just practice, social justice focus, the integrated micro, meso, macro, and a focus on applied hands-on learning opportunities. And I think if we take everything else out of the mission and keep it short and sweet, and then those 4 things really sort of identify us as a department and make us distinct from other social work departments across the country, really.
Right.
Yeah.
If you read it right now, it's like, well, that's what
Everyone.
everybody does that. And it's
Exactly.
pulled directly from language from CSWE.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So, which I understand at the time, but we're trying to differentiate ourselves. So like when you read our stuff, you're like, wow, that's a really cool program. I think I want to go there.
Right.
So. I'll,
maybe I'll, twist Jessica's arm, but we can come up with some drafts and you guys can like take a look at that.
I just told you my draft.
Yeah, could you write that down for me? Because I
Oh, she
wasn't.
was COVID.
I
Stop.
just typed it.
Did you just type it?
Amy's got it.
Typed what Jessica said.
Oh, thank you, Amy.
It's on the list.
Thank you.
I might have missed a word, but.
Well, that works. That works.
There's only 4, so
Okay, I probably missed one. So what were your 4?
what?
Just
wanna read it?
practice, integrated micro, meso, macro, applied learning opportunities, and there was something else.
Social
The
justice.
general
justice was
practice, the
practice
case
framework.
management.
Oh, and case management's in there too.
Yeah.
That's 6.
Well, the general
We'll sniff it.
case
We'll sniff it.
management.
All right, so you guys, I just want to say job well done. I mean, this has been a lot of work. And I'm sure everybody's brain is melting, but everybody did a great job and I want to say to those of you who were being sick, you showed up anyway. So thank you very, very much for doing that.
I only came because I thought Cody was gonna spend more time with us. So.
Yeah, and don't you think it's interesting that he's sleeping down there and laying down by Mark's foot, and Mark is like, no, man, I'm not touching that cat. He's giving me the stink eye.
Yeah,
Come on, Mark, you have to lift him up a little bit.
I know.
He showed up yesterday. I
Next
guess
time-
that's
Next time we
it.
gotta bring catnip or something. We gotta incentivize.
Maybe I can-
Get 'em home.
Incentivize.
Incentivize them.
Oh,
He's
Oh,
up.
wait, oh,
Try to escape.
there he is.
Late, Cody.
Hi, Cody.
Uh,
Hi.
That'll
Look at
suck.
look at him.
I was nice and warm in his
Hi.
sleep.
Hi, he's like, are you
I
serious?
love his little He's done. He's like, I don't want to hang out with these crazy.
So anyway, I just want to, everybody, nice job. It's making, this is building this curriculum is not, this is a really beefy, sophisticated curriculum that we're building, the structure we're building. So it's pretty cool. So on that note, can we say goodbye? Please enjoy your summers. For the 2 of you, please take care of yourselves. Remember, ginger lemon tea with a little bit of elderberry and honey goes a long
I
way.
mean, if you're offering to drop it off to us, Kathy, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't happen to have it with me right now, so I'd have to drive to Rochester and come back.
Put
and it's just-
turmeric
it's-
and hot pepper in it too.
Yeah, it's,
No, black pepper. It helps
Oh.
it helps open up your bronchial.
I know Mark and Jessica are like, if you think any of us are doing any of this.
You're sitting down and go to sleep.
Yeah.
That's really what I'm gonna do. I'm already in bed, so.
All right, well, listen, I am going to end today, and I just want you guys to take care of yourselves and enjoy your summer. And thank you, everybody, for your hard work.
Yes, thank you
Okay.
too, Kathy. Thank
Well,
you.
and a lot of material will be coming out to you during the summer. So please take a moment to read it and look at it. And all of that. And if you have questions, and just to let everybody know, I'm going to send an email out, but Jessica is going to be summer chair. So thank you,
Yay!
Jessica.
Good.
Thank you.
Is that why Jessica looks like death right now?
Yeah, no, that has to do with COVID. That has to do with COVID. And
She's like, yes.
And just to let everybody know, there is transfer orientation, like whatever that Thursday or Friday, the week before we come back for classes. So if you're available to help out with that, that would be really nice.
Well,
There are,
everyone's expected to be on campus that week. the week
yes, they
before
are expected to
so-
be on campus that week.
Yeah.
Rose sent out his invitation to this welcome back breakfast. That's on the 22nd. And then following that will be, the
Meeting.
SOP will do the schools will have their meetings, so SOP will meet. So block that
And
week
that'll be
off,
good
you're
because
back on campus. What's
Yeah,
that?
that'll be, I said that'll be good. I think it'll be important to go, especially this year because we have a new dean.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure she'll
that's
have
right.
some
Carol
vision
Denison.
and-
When does she officially start?
What they said in chairs meeting was she takes over officially on June 1st.
Okay. Oh my God.
So next week.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
So.
preemptively send her flowers.
Yeah.
Send her a thank you card. With a bottle of wine.
So, yeah, she's very, very excited. She's stated that many times in the chairs meeting, so it's good.
Yeah.
All right, any questions or thoughts or comments before we end? Wait, is that hand up? Whose hand is up?
Yours.
Oh, is that my hand?
Yep.
Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay.
You've never used Zoom before, Kathy? What's going
Yeah,
on?
it's really after a year and a half, you'd think I would learn, but I didn't realize that look at that. I didn't know that.
I mean,
Look.
you didn't even learn how to change the name on the profile.
No,
you're
I
using?
did. I just, look, okay. Oh my God, seriously. Wait a minute.
Seriously is not with us today.
I know, but
But Ellen is.
there. Does that
Thank
make you
Ellen for
happy?
joining us.
Yeah, I will. It's not even, I can't see. My dog ate my glasses. I have to get new glasses, seriously. I totally need to do that. See, there you go. There, are you happy now? There you go. All right, bye. Look at that. Jessica's
Jessica just
gone.
said, I
She's
am
gone.
Jessica, jeez.
All right, Mark, go take care of your
Okay.
cat and go take care of yourself.
Yes. feel
Okay,
good,
you
Mike.
guys
All
have
right,
a great
thanks,
summer,
Mark.
everybody.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.